What was the date of this CAD report, Ms. Ladders?
April 26, 2015.
And can you describe what the call type and description is for this CAD report?
Information for officer.
What is a 39 information for officer?
The person just wanted to get information on an incident that happened.
And so is this generated from an officer themselves or a citizen?
It could be a citizen or it can be an officer.
Now, what was the location for this info for officer?
3376 Peachtree Road, Northeast Atlanta.
What was the zone and beat for that location?
The zone is zone 2. The beat is 208 beat.
Now, Ms. Ladders, a little bit towards the top where it has the disposition narrative, can you tell the jury what that indicates for this call?
It advised 9 to Cobb County.
What does that mean?
That means the officer handed the information over to Cobb County.
Now, could that ever occur if the jurisdiction of the crime is in a different county?
Yes.
Now, what time was this call received?
03:24 a.m. hours.
And what time were officers dispatched?
03:24.
And does it say, what time did they arrive?
03:27 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Ladders, I want to talk about, if you turn to page 2, the CAD narrative, do you see that?
Yes.
You see the third remark from the top? The time is 3:24 and 40 milliseconds.
Yes.
Can you read that and explain what that means?
The unit advises dispatcher shots fired at a bus. Little Wayne is supposedly on the bus.
And what is the follow-up right beneath that, also at 3:24 and 40 seconds?
At the Marion Hotel, units are out with the bus.
And at the very bottom, when it has M type 25 and 39, what is the 25?
25 is a shot fired.
And what does that mean when it goes from 25 to 39?
The unit advises dispatcher change from shots fired to 39, which is information.
Now, Ms. Ladders, I'm going to publish and talk to you about 2 Echo Bravo. Is this the same date? April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Now, for this, is this a 911 call or info for officers? What generated this call?
It's a 911 call.
Is it the same location and zone beat that you just described?
Yes.
What time was this call made?
03:24 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Ladders, if you take a look at the CAD report we just discussed, how close in time is this 911 call to when the info for officers call was generated?
It's around the same time.
Do you see the CAD narrative at the bottom, Ms. Ladders? Bottom of page 1?
Yes.
Now, the fourth from the top, the time is 3:28:50. Are you able to read that and explain for the jury what that means on the CAD report?
The 911 call advised the tour bus en route to location being shot at. Call advised the rapper Lil Wayne called and told him they was being shot at while entering the location.
And you see the second from the bottom, it starts with CN. What does that indicate?
They canceled this incident and related to the incident 151160447 because they both around the same time.
That makes sense. And is that second from the bottom that says units are out with the bus?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Ladders, the audio dish you have to Echo Charlie, does that 911 call correspond with this CAD narrative?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state's going to publish to Echo Charlie.
Atlanta 911, this is operator 6580. What's the address of the emergency?
Yes, ma'am. We need some officers at the Mandarin Oriental right now.
What's the address?
Because we have
What's the address? What's the address?
3376 Peachtree.
3376 Peachtree Road. Now, what's going on?
I mean, we have a group, the Little Wayne group. You know, they are coming to the hotel. They said that they have some people who are pulling them and shooting at them. So now they are just about to come and park in our hotel right now. So they need some police around.
They said somebody's been shooting at them?
Yes, that's what they said.
Okay, are they black, white, or Hispanic?
Huh?
Are they black, white, or Hispanic?
Yes, I mean, looks like black people. They are with Little Wayne, the rapper.
They're with Lil Wayne, the rapper?
Yeah, the group, yes, his group members.
Okay, how many are there?
Well, I don't know exactly how many of them are in the bus. They said that they are in a bus.
Are they they're in their bus?
Yes, they are in a bus, but they are on the way coming to the hotel. They said that they have these guys following them, so they are coming to park in the hotel.
They have somebody following them? Did they give a description of who's following them?
No, they did not.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
My name is Ismaila.
Spell that.
Ismaila.
And what's the number you're calling on?
Your Honor, we're pausing the phone number that's stated at 1 minute and 30 seconds on 2 Echo Alpha Charlie.
Five zero.
How far away are they from you?
I don't know how far they are. They just told me that they are on the way, and then he just ring up.
All right, we'll get somebody out there.
Okay, then, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And Your Honor, just for the record, we resumed it back at 1 minute and 37 seconds.
All right.
Ms. Ladner, when we had just discussed a couple minutes ago on 2 Echo Alpha, that CAD report under the CAD narrative, when the call changed from a 25 shots fired to a 39 info, do you remember that, Ms. Ladner?
Yes.
What was the time that the call type changed?
06:24 a.m. hours.
Thank you, Ms. Ladner. No further questions by the state, Your Honor.
Cross. Mr. Adams, go ahead.
Ms. Ladner,
Good morning.
welcome back. Can I step up through it?
You may, sir.
You got the CAD reports in front of you, is that right?
Yes.
Do you mind if I grab these for a second and just reference some items on them? And I'll show them to you in a second, if that's okay. All right. So to kind of, if I can sum up what I heard you testify to, there's a 911 call that comes in at about 3:24 in the morning of April the 26th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. The CAD reports make reference to the calls, and there are 2 calls. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about 2 Echo Bravo, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. One more time, Judge. All right, so this is the CAD report that you referenced earlier, was up on the screen. And did I hear you read out this portion where it talks about the call coming in and a tour bus en route to a location being shot at?
Yes.
Okay. Now, according to the CAD report, the caller advised that Lil Wayne called and told him they were being shot at while en route. Is that right?
That's what it says on the CAD report.
Okay. Now, I heard that one 911 call played. Is there another 911 call from someone identifying themselves as Dwayne Carter or Lil Wayne that you're aware of?
I can't advise, no.
Okay. Now, these were calls that came into City of Atlanta 911, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware of any calls that would have come into Cobb County or Marietta or any other jurisdiction in regards to this incident?
No.
Okay. If there were a call that had come into a different jurisdiction, I'm just asking now about how 911 dispatches work. If there were a call that had come into, for example, Cobb County 911, and it was related to this Atlanta call, would there have been something indicating that a previous call had been made to Cobb County about this?
If Cobb County called 911.
Okay. But as you sit here and having reviewed the documents, you have no indication that there is a separate call from anyone named Lil Wayne about this incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I noticed that the 911 call that was played was an individual who was relaying what was being told to him by someone else. Is that what it sounded like to you?
He advised third party.
Okay, so that person was saying what a third party had told him, and that person was calling into 911. Is that right?
Your Honor,
Basis.
calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Am I correct that the person who was making the 911 call was referencing, as you listened to it, was referencing what had been told to them by someone else?
Correct.
Okay. Am I correct? There was no description given of whatever or whoever was shooting at the bus on that 911 call. Is that right?
Correct.
There's nothing in either the 911 call or the CAD report that gives a name or a description of a person that is supposedly shooting at the bus. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I didn't hear I couldn't make out the name of that person who was calling. Were you able to make out that name by listening to that 911 call?
He spelled his name.
Okay. I didn't make out the spelling either. Is it in the CAD report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is the name in the CAD report? How is it spelled, please?
ISMALIA.
ISMALIA.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And if I'm correct, and then please tell me if I'm right or wrong, the first CAD report makes reference to a call that came in from a location on Peachtree Road. Actually, both of them came in from Peachtree Road. Is that right?
First call came in when the officer pulled out with his dispatcher.
Okay. And the second one?
It was a 911 call.
Okay. When the incident is actually taking place?
Yes.
Or what the caller said about what happened during the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Latness, hold on 1 second for me, okay? 1 second, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I think that's it. Ms. Latness, thank you, as always.
All right. Any additional cross, Mr. Sharp?
Before I answer that, I just look at the CAD reports.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lightner, you have both of them?
Yes.
I have no further question. I have no question.
Okay. Anyone else? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Latner, when we were discussing just a minute ago with defense counsel about if Cobb County had called 911, it could be routed, can you explain that? What did you mean by that?
If something happened in Cobb County and they notice persons en route to Atlanta, Cobb County would either transfer the 911 call over to us, or someone from Cobb County would call the supervisor that's in Atlanta, advise them the incident was going on.
And if they do not know that they're en route to Atlanta, do you know what would happen in that circumstance?
We won't get a call from.
Thank you, Ms. Ladner. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Adams or Mr. Short? Anyone else? All right, may Ms. Latners be permanently, temporarily excused the witness.
Temporarily excuse, Your Honor.
Sorry, Ms. Latners. All right, okay. Madam, I'm gonna temporarily excuse your witness. Please don't discuss the testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case. All right. All right, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Say call Mr. Alvin Lewis to stand.
All right, summon Mr. Alvin Lewis, please. Mr. Lewis, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, sir.
Alvin Lewis, Alvin Lewis.
Yes, that's what we discussed last week. Your Honor.
No.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Where are you from?
Los Angeles, California.
And were you born and raised in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And what part of Los Angeles were you born and raised?
A little Merck Park area.
Okay. And how old are you, Mr. Lewis? I know you don't like asking that question.
I don't mind. It's 66.
All right. And are you married?
No.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And how old are your children?
Objection on irrelevance.
Full rule, sir.
30 and 40-ish. 40.
All right. You don't really remember. That's okay. And any grandkids?
Yes.
How many?
Just one.
Full rule, sir.
Just one.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Mr. Harvey's asking for the witness to be speaking the microphone.
Sure.
I heard it, Mr. Harvey. I relayed the message. Okay, all right, sir.
And do you work?
No, I'm retired, actually. I just filed for retirement.
Okay. And where did you retire from?
That night that I was shot, this incident happened.
The microphone, sir, if you wouldn't
The
mind.
night that this incident happened is when I retired.
Okay. And what was the industry that you retired
I
from?
work in the entertainer industry, transporting entertainers, athletes, different people.
And we're going to talk more about that in a moment. In retirement, are you working or doing it and have any hobbies that you're doing while in retirement?
Yeah, I have started a little pizza business
Okay.
to keep me occupied
And how long have you had that business?
for 2 years.
Now, you talked about the night that this happened, you retired from being a tour bus operator. Are you referring to the shooting in April of 2015?
Oh, just for purposes of direction, so let's get to it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you referring to the shooting in April of 2015?
Yes, I am.
As a result of that shooting, do you have a pending civil matter?
Yes, I do.
And who are the defendants in your pending civil matter?
They are all listed in the 180-page police report that I have a copy of, and my attorney has a copy of.
Let me ask you this, is YSL Enterprise one of the defendants in your civil matter?
Yes, they are.
And is an individual by the name of Brian Williams, also known as Birdman, a defendant in your pending civil matter?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and what about an individual by the name of Jeffrey Williams?
Yes, he is.
What is the current status of your pending civil matter?
Objection as to relevance.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
It's actually been on stay since filed.
I can't hear, I'm sorry.
It's been on stay since I filed it after this incident, a couple of years after the incident happened.
And do you know what has caused the delay?
I try not to. I let the lawyers handle that. I try not to get involved with that.
Fully understandable. Do you know what is the amount of damages that are being sought in your pending civil matter?
Somewhere around $30 million.
And does that civil matter have anything to do with why you're testifying today in this case?
No.
Now, tell the jury a little bit about what you did as a tour bus operator.
It was our duty to maintain the bus, maintain that the safety of passengers, and get from point A to point B as safely as possible. And on time. We had a responsibility for their lives and for their safety.
And you said that you retired. How long were you working prior to you having to retire?
25 years. 25 years in the bus business.
And in that 25 years, was that primarily as the tour bus operator?
Yes. Well, sometimes it would get slow in the season, and I had a car hauling business that I would go home and haul cars. I worked for the studio in LA, and but most of the bus, yes.
In order to be a tour bus operator, you had to have a special license.
I had a Class A from the age of 18.
And for those of us who might not know, what's a Class A?
Class A is pretty much A. You can do pretty much whatever you need to do. You can't haul explosives. You can't, haul petroleum. Diesel, fuel, gas tanks and stuff. But I was able to do what I.
And is a Class A license the same as a CDL license?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Now, you said you had your tour bus, or excuse me, your CDL license or your Class A license since you were 18. Initially, when you received your license, did you start out as a tour bus operator?
No, I actually first bought a truck, a dump truck, and went out by the airport, taught myself how to drive it, and then went and got my license. A friend of mine drove the truck home, so it wasn't doing anything illegal on the street. Yeah.
When you were let me ask you, are you still licensed? Do you still have your?
No, I surrendered it then, back then.
When you had your license, were you licensed in one state or multiple states?
Multiple states.
What were the states you were licensed in?
We were able to go to all the United States and Canada. We drove everywhere.
And I knew you drove everywhere, but who issued you your license?
California did.
Were you issued a license in any other state?
I was issued one in Florida because I was working so much in and out of Florida. I didn't have a chance to get back to California to get my license renewed, so I just got it renewed in Florida for a short time. Then when I got back to California, I went back to license in California.
Okay. How did you get into the field of tour bus operations?
I was asked to actually to do a tour. I had a Subway sandwich at the time, and I had foot surgery. And a friend of mine was a partner in the tour bus business, and he's asked me to do one tour, and I went out and did it, and I liked it, so I ended up selling the Subway sandwich and went on the road.
And I'm sorry, what are you saying about the sandwich?
Yeah, Subway sandwich.
You were selling sandwiches,
I had a Subway sandwich business, just
like the eatery Subway?
yeah,
I got you.
yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Now, over the course of your 25 years as a tour bus operator, how many companies did you work for?
2.
What was the first company that you worked for?
Florida Coach of America, Entertainment Coaches of America.
Did it have another name as well?
Florida Coach, just Florida Coach, yeah.
How long did you work for Entertainment Coach or Florida Custom Coach?
I worked for them for 20 years for 20 years.
And do you remember the years that you worked for that company?
No, I don't recall no, I don't recall. It's from 1990. I know I sold the Subway in the early 90s and went on the road for 20 years. So.
Would that be roughly then about 2010?
Yeah, because, you're right. Yes.
And just to be clear, is Florida Custom Coach and Entertainment Coach the same company?
Yes.
And did they have a name change at some point during that 20 years?
Yes.
All right. And where is that company located or headquartered?
In Florida.
Okay. Do you know where in Florida? And did Florida Custom Coach, am I saying it correctly?
Yes.
Did they have a certain type of clientele?
Most of the entertainers, music entertainers, they had some athletes, Yeah.
Now, you said you worked for them for about 20 years. So roughly in 2010, when you stopped working for Florida Custom Coach, did you work for another company?
Yes, that's when I left. I went to Pioneer Coach.
And how long did you work for Pioneer Coaching?
Approximately 5 years.
And what were the years that you worked for Pioneer Coaching?
From 2010 to 2015.
And where's Pioneer Coaching headquartered?
Madison, Tennessee.
In those 5 years that you were working for Pioneer and Coaching Company, were you living in Tennessee?
No, I always lived in Los Angeles. I've always lived in Los Angeles.
Tell the truth, if you were living in Los Angeles, how was it that you were able to drive for both Florida Coaching as well as Pioneer Coaching?
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Now, we spoke about Florida Custom Coach. The Pioneer Coach specializes in a specific type of clientele.
Pioneer US?
Yes.
Yes, they had pretty much just entertainers as well. They did a lot of country because it was out of Nashville, so they did a lot of country. All the country groups in Nashville, they would deal with a lot of those. So yes.
Did they deal with any other type of clientele outside of the country artists out of Nashville?
Yeah, they did. Yes.
What were some of the other types of genres or other artists?
They dealt with some R&B and some rap. I don't think they liked doing it, but the money was there, so they did it. Yeah.
Over the course of 25 years, how many tours have you driven for?
I tried counting. I think I've got over 100 different tours at least.
And can you tell the jury some of the tours that you've driven over the course of your 25 years?
I'm gonna object again,
Your Honor, it'll be very relevant as
Let's hurry
this.
it up, okay?
It will-
I'm about to state the objection, okay? Let's hurry up.
Now with Pioneer, do they have a fleet of buses?
Yes.
How many different types of buses did they have in the fleet?
They had two different types. They had a Star bus, and then they had a, well, they build buses. So whatever the client wants, they build it for their client's needs.
Can you describe for the jury the design of the buses that you would drive for Pioneer?
Mine was a Star bus, which had 6 bunks in it, a king size bed in the back. Usually have a shower, and just a nice area, kitchenette, and full refrigerator.
And on some of the tours that you did, would the artists have additional items that they would carry?
Yes, I had one of the clients had, I was pulling a car behind, and one of the clients I've had a trailer with all their little toys, and one client had a washer and dryer. She didn't like the sheets.
Overruled, sir.
She didn't like the, she didn't like the sheets in the hotel room, so she washed them before we go up in the room. I mean, excuse me, they would, not me.
So when you had those specialized items, how would those items be carried?
In the trailer behind the bus.
And when artists, and I'm going to speak specifically about Pioneer, would the artist select the type of bus they want, select the type of bus that they wanted?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yeah, as long as you show them the defense counsel.
We provided a PowerPoint lesson, but I'll show them. I'm going to show them what the market is in 34, 35, 36, 37. No, these are just demonstratives right now. You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34 through 37E. I want you to take this and tell me if 34 through 37E are demonstratives of the types of bus that you would drive when working for Pioneer Coaching.
Yes, they are.
Okay, and are those a fair, accurate depiction of the types of tour buses that you just described to this jury?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state would like the tender states exhibit 34E, 35E, 36E, and 37E for demonstrative purposes.
I didn't ask you yet, but I'm going to, okay? All right. Any objection to states 34 echo through 37 echo? I'm sorry? Okay. Is it relevant? Okay, you're speaking to objection, so is it relevancy you're objecting on? Okay, anything else? All right, overruled, sir. Mr. Adams?
Same objection.
Overruled. Anybody else? Okay. 34 through 37 echo is admitted over objection, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. Now, looking at first exhibit 34E, can you briefly just describe for the jury, overall, we're just gonna focus on the first bus that's in this route of buses. Ideally, the outside, then we'll go on to the inside of how the tour buses generally look when leaving Pioneer Coaching.
This depicts just how they look. They're all cleaned up and ready to roll.
When you talked about the trailer, is that the item that's on the back of the first bus?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now looking at Stacey's exhibit 35E.
Oh.
If you could just orient the jury, and there's a screen to the left of you and a screen to behind you. Orient the jury to where you would sit generally inside of this bus, and then describing what we see in 35E.
You want me to point it?
Yeah, so we can do one of two things. If you touch the left side of here. Oh.
Uh-oh.
So you should be able to draw on here. We'll just deal with it as we can. Looking at State's Exhibit 35E, just using the arrow or using the marker, if you can point in direction to where you would sit inside of that bus.
I would sit in this area right behind that little wall there.
Okay. And does your seat sit lower than that area that you just pointed to?
A little bit, yes, I believe so.
Okay. And this middle area that we're looking at, what is this area? Do you have a name for this area or?
It's a dining area. This here is the table for dinner and what have you to eat off of, and just sitting here and the TV's here. It's laid out for, as comfortable as you can get rolling down the road.
And I see next to the driver's seat or the driver's area, there's a passenger seat. Would any of the celebrities sit up there with you, or any of the other passengers on the bus sit up there with you on your tours?
Occasionally they would, but there is a jump seat. Yes.
When you say there's a jump seat, what do you mean?
Oh, it's a jump seat where somebody else can sit up there and observe, whatever they choose to.
Okay. Looking at State Exhibit 36E.
Okay.
And you can actually press that left corner again, and there should be a trash symbol or eraser. You can erase the marks.
I'm not a computer person, so I don't know. Okay.
But that's it's not showing the right picture on here. You know, do you mind standing up?
Sure.
Okay. Or I can, you can tell me. You can see? Using your stick, just tell the jurors right now, what area are we looking at and where is it going into? Describe.
This is the other side of the.
And can y'all hear him? I guess they can.
This is the other side of the bus, from the dining area. This is a kitchenette here. This is the full refrigerator here. Bathroom on this side, the 2 bunks, or the 6 bunks on this side here. As you get to the back, this is usually a master bedroom back here, or whomever. Okay.
I'm sorry.
For whoever is, the entertainer, the artist, whoever is on the bus.
And when you said there's 6, is there 3 on the left side and 3 bunks on the right side?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Right in this area here. There are 1, 2, and 3, and same thing on the other side.
on the left-hand side, and then going straight back is a flat.
Yes.
Right, you take a seat. And then last would be 37E. Is this just another same angle of that interior area that we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you worked for Pioneer Coaching, were you employed directly by Pioneer or were you an independent contractor?
We were listed as an independent contractor. We were getting paid by the individual artists. So, yes.
Now, tell the jury how that worked. Would the artist contact you as a driver, or will they contact Pioneer, or was there a combination of both?
It was a combination of both. Sometimes it would be my artist that I'm dealing with, and I would bring it to the table and say, hey, we got a deal. And sometimes it's just come into the office.
And in working for Pioneer, were you assigned to specific tours? Is that a no?
Yeah, I was mostly, some of the other guys didn't want to do some of the other tours, so I ended up doing most of the raps and the R&Bs and, you know, a lot of the other different tours, so.
Now, do you have any input on what tour you work?
If I brought the tour to the table, yes. If it was just a tour to go on, no.
And explain to me what you mean. If you brought the tour to the table.
Well, if it was an artist that I've dealt with before and they contacted me and said they want, you know, some buses, and I would contact Pioneer and ask if they had the buses, and we put the deal together. If it was something that just came out of the office, then it was just, you know, another day at the office working, you know, you just handle the tour.
So if it was a case that came out of the office, would Pioneer contact you and say, hey, we have this tour, we're assigning you to this specific tour?
Yes.
Now, would the artist reach out to you directly, or would their management or someone else on behalf of the artist reach out to you?
It was a combination. I had some artists that I would talk to directly that I've worked with over a period of time. And then just a lot of times it was just management or production.
And when you say or production, what do you mean?
Well, a production company that's doing a tour would call and say, hey, we got this tour and, you know, can you get buses from Pioneer? And I would say, check it out. And yeah, so we just make the deals happen.
Focus on your time with Pioneer. When you were assigned a tour, generally, how long was the tour? It's going to go into this specific tour.
Let's hurry up and get to that. Okay, so I'm sustaining objection.
While on tour, were there any requirements that as the bus driver you had to adhere to? Like, did you have to drive certain hours, or
we had a 10-hour limit, and the bus would usually shut down. They're designed now that they will shut down within 10 hours.
And did you have a certain amount of sleep you would have to get as a driver?
Yes.
How much hours of sleep did you have to get?
8 hours off or 10 hours off. 10 hours. You have to have at least 10 hours sleep time before you make another trip.
And when you had your rest sleep, would you sleep on a bus or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Where would you sleep?
At a hotel.
Why didn't you sleep on the bus?
Why did I?
Did not.
Because there's a lot of activity going on in the buses. We need to get undisturbed time to ourselves to get our rest.
Now, once you were assigned a tour, tell the jurors about how you would get the tour bus to the artist. Would the artist come to Tennessee, or would you have to get the bus and take it to the artist?
We'd pick it up from Tennessee. It only depends on where the bus is. If we would go fly in and get the bus and go meet up with the artist wherever they are.
And once the tour was completed, would you return the bus back to Madison, back to Pioneer?
Yes.
Now, when you generally did tours, was it your responsibility to take the celebrity to the event that they were at, say the concert, or were you supposed to take it to the hotel or something else?
We usually either go venue to venue or hotel to hotel. We don't, this buses are usually big. Sometimes we have, so we don't use the buses as a taxi cab to run around. We go from hotel to hotel or venue to venue.
Now, when you drove on the tour that you driven on, was there always just a single bus? Did you have multiple buses, or did it depend on the artist and the tour?
Depends on the artist and the tour. I did tours, we've had 25 or 30 buses on it.
And for the tour that you conducted, when there are multiple buses, would the celebrities primarily be on the bus that you were driving or on the other bus, or did it vary?
I would usually have because I had a star bus, so I would usually have the actual entertainer, star, whatever, and I would drive them, yes.
Now, if you were carrying the celebrity or the star on your bus, did you interact with that celebrity?
Not really, not really, didn't, no.
In addition to the star, on some of the tours that you've driven, would there be other individuals on that star bus outside of the celebrity?
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah.
And in your experience, generally, what type of people are on that star bus with the celebrity?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance, they.
I stand the objection.
She usually allow their,
Okay. Would they have their managers on the bus?
yes,
Okay. Would they have chefs or cooks on the bus?
sometimes they would,
Would they have their security on the bus?
yes,
Did the security generally ride with the artist?
yes.
At times, would there be other individuals who they may have picked up the venue?
Yeah, that happens all the time.
When there are people who may not come with the celebrity, do you do a roll call of who's on the bus?
No, because I don't monitor their guests.
Because you don't what?
I don't monitor their guests, no. My thing is to make sure that everything is safe and there's not too many people on the bus, and I can do my job in a professional manner.
Now, I want to direct your attention to April 25th and to April 26th of 2015. Do you recall that time period?
Yes, I do.
Were you driving for Pioneer Coaching during that time?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Do you need a moment?
No, I'm cool.
And did you have a driving assignment with Pioneer Coaching during this time?
Yes, I did.
What was your assignment?
I was doing some shows with Lil Wayne, and that was my assignment at the time.
And what type of bus did you have for that tour?
I had a Prevost, a 45-foot Prevost, just what's in this picture here without the trailer.
So would that be the same considered star bus that you've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
And prior to April 25th of 2015, had you driven that type of bus before?
Yes.
Now, do you recall, if this was on April 25th of 2015, how long you had been on tour with Lil Wayne?
It was approximately about a month, and we were winding down. I think we had the last couple of shows left, so it's been about a month.
Prior to starting that month-long tour, do you recall you picked up the bus in Tennessee?
Yes, I did.
And once you picked up the bus in Tennessee, where did you have to go to actually get Lil Wayne?
If I recall, I went to Miami to pick him up. Yes.
And as a part of this tour, were you the only bus or was there another bus?
There was another bus.
And this other bus, were they with you the entire tour?
Yes, they were. Yes.
What kind of bus was the other bus that was with you on this tour?
It was a same kind of 45-foot Prevost.
Was it a star bus as well?
His was a studio bus. Yeah, his was a studio bus because Wayne would jump off and go back onto the Star bus and do some work. And as we were, moving from city to city, he would be able to do some work out of the Star bus. I mean, out of the studio bus that was the other bus. Then he'd get back on my bus.
Now, was the studio bus a bus that was a part of the Pioneer coaching?
No, it was owned by a particular individual, somebody else. No.
And did the driver of that bus, let me ask you, was there a driver on that bus?
Yes.
And do you recall the name of that driver?
I think Travis Patterson, I believe is his name. Yeah, that was, yes.
And I know the bus did not come from Pioneer Coach's fleet. Did Travis work for Pioneer Coach? Did Travis work for Pioneer Coach?
No, he worked for, he owned his own buses, I believe.
Now, I think you just testified that on April 25th, that was towards the end of the tour.
Yes.
So is it safe to say were you on the tour for about 3 weeks or so prior to this April 25th date?
Yes.
Taking you to the morning of April 25th, if you can tell the jurors where you started that morning of April 25th, 2015.
Started off in Miami, drove from Miami straight to Atlanta. We made a fuel stop before we got into the city. And then that's when we headed on.
When you left Miami, where was the intended destination?
To the hotel, to the Mandarin Hotel.
And where was that Mandarin Hotel?
In Atlanta. Kid, I believe.
Now, initially, was it only your job for this particular night to get from Miami to the Mandarin Hotel?
Yes.
About how long was that drive from Miami to Atlanta?
If I recall, it was about 9.5 hours, so it was pretty crucial that I went straight to the hotel because time was ticking, so to speak.
Did you make it to the hotel? Well, when you first got to Atlanta, did you make it to the hotel?
No, I believe I got a text message saying that we needed to go straight to the compound, to the club where he was performing because we were behind on time.
And did you go directly to the compound once you initially made it to Atlanta?
Yes.
And when you left Miami, who was on your bus?
It's Wayne and a guy that I believe it was a chef he was, and a couple other people.
About how many people were on the bus, do you recall?
About 4, 5.
Do you recall if he had security?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if his security was on your Star bus?
Yes.
When you left Miami, do you know if there was anybody besides the driver on the studio bus?
That I don't recall. I don't recall that.
When you left Miami, can you describe to the jury what if any move there was of any of the individuals on the bus? Did anyone have any issues or concern driving to Atlanta?
Objection to any hearsay.
I stand as a form of question. You can rephrase.
Sure. Did you observe anyone having any concerns about coming to Atlanta?
No, not at all.
Today, can you remember about what time you got to the compound?
I don't recall the time. I know it was probably 10, 11 o'clock PM.
Around, you said around 11
10,
o'clock?
10, 11 o'clock PM, I believe.
Now, once you got to the compound, did you immediately drop Lil Wayne off at the venue?
No, we parked a little way. We parked, and no, he didn't get off immediately. No.
And do you recall where you parked?
There's a street that's next to the compound that we both Travis and myself backed down that street and parked there.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's already been admitted. It says exhibit 27E and 30E. First, looking at 27E, and then I'm going to show you 30E. Does that area look familiar to where you may have parked back in April of 2015?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to use that same stick. Look at 27E and 30, which is a better picture to show you the area where you parked at.
This one.
Okay, if you could just show the jurors, where did you and Travis park your buses?
We both lined up right along here.
Did you line up on the side of the tree, and you're pointing to the exhibit 30E? Did you line up closer to the tree side of the picture or the side with the building?
The building side right here.
And did you face towards the street, or did you face, was your front of your bus face towards the street or towards the, looks like a rail yard behind it? I'm sorry, rail yard?
Yes, we actually backed down here, which we always do. So if we can always get out real easy, we can drive straight out. So yes.
Okay, so you were facing the stop sign? The
Yes.
front of the bus is facing the
Yes.
stop sign. Thank you, yes. Once you and Travis parked your buses down there, oh, you good?
Yeah.
Once you and Travis parked your buses down there, tell the jury what you recall happening once you had your buses down there.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you recall what happened once you and Travis parked your buses down on that street?
We sat there for a good little while, and then finally somebody, if I remember correctly, somebody came and security came and walked him up to the building and down that street. Yeah.
Okay. And when you say walk them down that street, are you talking about the street that you were parked on, or the street that perpendicular to the street that you're parked on?
That street the club is on, just past the stop sign, turned left and went up the street to the club.
And once they got Mr. Lil Wayne off of that bus, what do you recall happening next?
We sat there for a good little while, and then somebody came up and told me to move up right next to the building, move my bus up there. So that's what I did. I pulled up right next to the building and parked.
What about Travis? Did Travis' bus move or only your bus?
I was the only one. He had the studio bus, so I guess they were utilizing my bus, you know, because Wayne was on there. So they used just myself.
About how long were you out there before you were asked to move your bus to closer to the venue doors?
It had to have been a good little hour and a half or so.
Now that night out in this area, can you describe, was it crowded? Was it not crowded? If you could describe to the jury, what was the crowd like out there that night?
There was a lot of people just out in the street, just going on.
Once you moved your bus to the front of the venue, What did you do?
I parked, then kind of tidied up my bus and stuff, and sat there and just waited, you know, for whatever was gonna happen.
Were you waiting inside the bus or outside the bus or something else?
I was inside. I did a walk around my bus to make sure everything was fine, you know, just observing it in my bus. Yes.
While waiting for the bus, did anything occur?
Yeah, a couple of guys came up, or one guy, if I remember correctly, came up and said,
Your Honor, we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering for the
Oh,
fact
the
of this.
objection. Overrule the objection, sir.
Go ahead.
came up and asked me and said, "Hey, are you Al?" And I didn't pay any attention to him because I don't know any little young kids, and I don't know anybody that lives hardly in Atlanta, so I didn't pay attention to him. He said it again, and I just kept walking. And after the way he went away, and I turned to look to see who it was, or just see who it was, and there was nobody that I could identify or anybody that I knew. So
Was the person male or female?
male,
And you said the person looked young.
yes,
When you say young, what age are you? Age range?
20s, 30, 20. No, I don't know, no more than 30.
Once you ignored this individual because you didn't know anyone, did anything else occur?
I saw them, one or both of them walking around the back bus, and I don't know what they were doing. I was focused on other things, so I don't know what they were doing.
And you said one of them or both of them. Is this the same person who called your name Al or some other?
Yes.
So you saw a person called Al and someone else walking around your bus?
Yes.
We know the person said Al was a male. The other person walking around the bus wasn't a male or female.
It's a male.
Could you tell the race of the male?
Yes.
What was that?
Both are black males.
When you saw them walking around your bus, did you say anything to them?
No.
How long, let me ask you something. From the time the person called you Al to watching them walk around your bus, about how much time passed between him asking for Al and the individual walking around the bus?
It was about 10 minutes.
Outside of those two males, did you see anyone else?
Damn, there's a lot of people out there. Too much.
What alerted you to the individuals walking around your bus? If there's so many people out there, what alerted you to the individuals walking
I
around?
always keep my eyes on what I'm supposed to be doing, and that's why we don't like going to the venues, because there's just so much going on. And, but yeah,
And generally, the person calling you Al, do most people call you Al?
people in the business do, but people that know me from way back don't call me Al. They call me by my name, but so that's why I really didn't pay attention. If they called me by my real name, I would have paid attention. But yeah.
After you see both the two individuals walk around the bus, what, if anything, happens next?
They went away. I got on the bus and just sat there and waited.
And were you waiting for Lil Wayne to exit the venue?
Yes.
Did he eventually exit the venue?
Yes, they did.
From the time that the individuals are walking around your bus to the time he comes out the venue, about how much time has passed?
It was like within a half hour, if I recall.
Tell the jurors about Lil Wayne coming out of the venue.
Well, the door came open and they all came rushing out. There was a lot of commotion going on, and a lot of people that weren't normally on the bus got on the bus. There was just a lot of commotion going on, which I didn't understand or know what was going on. So I just sat there and waited.
About how many more people into the bus prior, about how many more people into the bus that weren't there initially?
Probably about six extra ones.
Now, once they got on the bus, what if anything happens next?
Once Wayne got on, I sat there for a while. And because I didn't know which direction we were headed. So I was waiting to hear what they were going to tell me what we were going to do.
And when you say you were waiting for what to do, who were you waiting for? Who were you waiting for instructions from?
Well, Wayne's, I think it was his manager. His name was Macmillan or some, I don't know, remember his name. He came up and was yelling at me, telling me some nigga shit was going on, excuse my language.
I'm not offering for the truth of the matter.
That was Max Sharp. All of the objections.
You're right, I'm still not offering for the truth of the matters.
Overruled, sir.
Go ahead.
His manager said there was some, excuse my language, some nigga shit going on, and I need to pay the attention to what's going on, or somebody's gonna seriously get hurt. And I didn't understand what was going on.
So at that point, in hearing that, what did you do?
I sat there, and waited, and he said there was going to be a police escort. Just follow the police escort, and we'll leave.
Okay. And did there eventually come a police escort to escort you away from the club?
Yes.
What was the police escort? Was it cars, motorcycles, a van? What was the escort?
It was a car and a motorcycle, if I recall. Yeah.
How many escorts did you have?
I had quite a few dealing with different artists. This night was a little different because just a car and a motorcycle I didn't understand that, but I don't make those calls.
And I'm sorry, and that was a bad question on my part. In the past, you've had police escorts.
Yes.
Specifically on this night, how many, was it only the two?
Yes.
And I guess given your prior experience, was that unusual for you?
Yes.
Did you know where the police escort was supposed to take you?
They said they were going to take me to the interstate and get me on the interstate so I can get out of town.
And were you scheduled to go out of town or were you scheduled to go somewhere else?
Not after driving 10 hours from Miami, and no.
Where were you scheduled? Where were you going to be driving the bus after leaving the compound?
So we were going to the hotel.
Is that the same Mandarin hotel that you were
Yes.
supposed to go to initially?
Yes.
When did you end up following the police escort?
They took me to the interstate, put me on the interstate, and the car pulled off to the side of the road. I got on the interstate, started heading towards the hotel.
And was the other bus with Travis, was he following you? Or was he in front of you?
Travis was behind me.
And the police escort, was there one escort in front of your bus and one escort behind Travis's bus?
If I remember correctly, yes.
And do you recall what highway they were driving you to in order for you to get back to the hotel?
If I recall, it was the 285.
Do you recall from the compound to 285 the route that you took?
I just remember it being a long road. I don't know the name of it, but it took us straight to the interstate.
And that would be 285.
Yes.
Once you got on 285, do you know where you were supposed to travel or how you were supposed to travel in order to get back to Buckhead to go to the hotel?
I put it in my GPS, and that was showing me which way to get back to the hotel or get to the hotel.
While the escort were getting you to 285, did you notice anything suspicious around you at any time on that long road that was leading you to 285?
No, not really. I didn't see anything at all, really, no. It was nobody out there was on that road. It was kind of weird, but I didn't see any cars, anything. We were just driving through, and they told us to run the lights if we need to, just keep rolling.
Now, I think you testified once you got to 285, escorts pulled over.
Yes.
Once the escort pulled over, did you get on 285?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what happened once you got on 285.
Once I got on 285, within minutes, that's when that's when that car came along and started shooting at the bus.
Now, as you're driving, are you able to discern where the shots are coming from? Does it come from the front of the bus, the back of the bus, or somewhere else?
They started at the back of the bus. They shot my engine, shot my radiator, and just started shooting all down the side of the bus.
And at the time, did you have those passengers, were those passengers that came out of the club, were they still on your bus as this bus is being shot up?
Yeah, they were back there screaming on the floor.
You said they were what?
Back there screaming on the floor.
And we talked about kind of how the setup of the bus was. You had the king room in the back, and you had the living room area kind of towards the middle of the bus. Were people spread out throughout the entire bus in the back in the bedroom as well as in the middle portion?
Yes, they were.
And I see that you're crying. Why are you crying?
Objection.
I'll move the objection.
Objection to the propagation of attack.
I stand the objection. Let's move on to this item.
Because it was.
I can't answer the question, okay? All right.
Once you heard the shot, do you know how many shots you heard?
Heard quite a few hitting the bus. I can't count how many. I saw some flash bangs and so I can count for those.
And so you saw some flash.
Yeah, from the gun flash, yeah.
You said I can count. How many of those did you see?
There was about 3 that I counted, and it just seemed like it just kept coming.
At the time as you're driving, do you know exactly what is hit?
At the time driving, no.
At the time as you're driving, you hear the gunshots. hitting your car, do you know if Travis's bus has been shot?
I didn't know that. I got on the radio, CB radio, and asked him if was he okay, and he said he was.
I stand objection.
Okay. Did you speak with him over the tour radio?
Yes, he said he was okay. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Don't tell me what anyone else says. Okay. Now, once you communicate with him on the radio, do you call anyone else?
I called 911.
Let me ask you this. You said that the passengers on the bus were screaming. As the bus driver, did you start screaming as well?
No, I couldn't do that
Why not?
because I had to maintain control and professional safety for.
And did you try to remain calm although the bus was being shot at?
Yes, I did.
Now, were you able to see any vehicles or the individuals who were shooting at the bus?
I saw the first vehicle that passed by, which to me it looked like I said it was a sports car. Thought it was a Corvette. It was just
Okay. What color was that car that you saw pass by?
white in color.
Did you see any other vehicles with that white vehicle?
If I recall, there was a white truck that was following that vehicle.
And when you saw these vehicles, the white, what you thought was a Corvette, and the white truck, were they on the driver's side of the bus or the passenger side of the bus?
They were on the driver's side.
When you first see the white vehicle, where was the bus? Where was that vehicle? Was it directly on the side of you, in front of you, or somewhere else?
If I recall, it was like towards the back of the bus. Saw it coming up from behind, towards the back of the bus.
And how did you see it? Did you see it through your rear view mirror?
Yes, through my rear view mirror.
And let me be clear, I'm saying the rear view mirror. Are you talking about your driver's side or actual?
The actual driver's right on the outside mirror.
As you see the white car come up the side of your bus, can you tell if it was going slow, going fast, or something else?
They were going fast. I was doing probably 75. I don't know, 8. I was 75. I don't know, recall. So they had to been come up. They passed me quickly, so they had to been doing they were getting it in too.
As the white car is zooming past you, are you able to see them shooting or see someone in that car shooting into the bus?
I just saw the flash, the gun flash. I didn't see it.
Does the white car eventually pass the bus?
Yes, it did.
What if anything happened once the white car passed the bus?
Once it passed, kept on going, and it pulled over to the side of the road. And that's when I slowed down. I saw them up ahead of me. There was nobody on the highway at the time, really, that I can recall, except Travis that was behind me. And they pulled over to the side of the road up ahead of us.
Once they pulled up to the once they pulled to the side of the road ahead of you, what happened?
I asked the security where were we headed to. He said go straight to the hotel. And I told him we can't go too far because the bus, I couldn't see out of my mirror and stuff. So we started heading on the highway to the hotel, and that's when that vehicle from what I observed, we got off just before we got to the vehicle that was on the side of the road. That was our exit. We got off, and that's where the police met us
Where did the police meet you?
as we got off the highway. And the hotel was not too far off the highway, if I recall.
Once the white car drove past you and before it went to the side of the road, did you see any more shooting from that vehicle?
No, they did all the shooting when they passed me.
Now, you just said that you saw that the rear view mirror was shot out. At what point in time did you notice that the mirror was shot out?
When the police met us there at the hotel, and I went to back down next to the hotel, that's when I couldn't back down. Well, somebody had to help me because I noticed that the mirror had been shot out.
Now, earlier you said you called 911. At what point did you call 911?
After I made sure that everybody was okay, and I checked myself to make sure I was okay, and checked with Travis to make sure they were okay, and that's when we went on to the hotel. And that's when I called 911.
So were you still on the highway when you called 911?
Yes, I was.
As the car was being shot at, did anyone from the inside of your bus try to shoot at the individuals who were shooting at you all?
No.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to your 911 call that you made back in April 25th to 26th of 2015?
Yes, I did.
And in listening to that call, does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the phone call that you made back on the morning of April 26, 2015?
Most definitely, yes.
Did it appear to be any additions or deletions outside of your phone number?
No. No.
You're on permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 1 Echo Alpha. Do you recognize 1 Echo Alpha?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 1 Echo Alpha?
I listened to it and I initialed it.
Okay. And is that the 911 call that we just referenced?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Exhibit 1 Echo Alpha into evidence.
Any objection to states 1 Echo Alpha? Basis. All right, Mr. Sharp, overruled. Mr. Adams?
Yes, objection as to cumulative of the witness's testimony.
All right, overruled, sir. All right, may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, 911, what's the location of the emergency?
Yeah, we're at exit 19. We had shots fired at a tour bus that we were driving.
Okay, what interstate are you on?
We're on the 285.
285 at exit what? What's the name of the exit?
19.
What is the name of the exit?
I don't know. It's 19.
It's a car parkway?
No, and we're right at the 75 in the Cobb Parkway.
Okay. Are you northbound, southbound?
We are. I'm not sure, ma'am. I'm not from here, so.
Okay, is there any way that you can see any street signs to know which direction of travel you're going, which way you're headed towards?
Okay. We're white was the vet.
What color was what was the color making of the vehicle?
The white Corvette.
Do you have a tag?
No. They on 285. They had it for like 275 just now. White Corvette though.
Okay. What is your name? What is your name, sir?
Al Lewis.
What's the callback number for you?
Going the other way?
Sir, what is your callback number? Okay, can you describe what exit you're coming up on now? It would give me a better direction of travel where you're going.
No, I don't. I'm not.
Did you see who was in the vehicle?
Yes, it was, I think it was the white car was coming up next to me.
Okay, I have a white Corvette. Did you see who was driving it? Who was in the vehicle?
No, I don't. No, I don't, ma'am. We're at North Side.
Okay, so you passed Cobb Parkway and you're coming up on North Side?
Yes.
Okay. You're going into Fulton County. Okay, so you're coming up on North Side, correct?
I'm sorry?
You're coming up on North Side?
I'm sorry, man. What were you saying?
Are you coming up on North Side exit?
Yes, we're at
Okay.
22 North Side.
Okay, do you have a tag on the vehicle at all?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. All right, well, if you see where they go or anything, just give us a call back. But I'm going to call Atlanta with the lookout because you're now in Atlanta.
Okay.
Okay, if you get any other information, just give us a call back, okay?
Thanks.
Bye.
Now, Mr. Lewis, and listening to that call, how would you describe your demeanor on that call?
Objection, speaks for itself.
Overrule the objection. I sustain the objection as to that, though.
Why did you have a calm demeanor on that call?
I had to.
You said you had to. And is that based upon what you talked about earlier?
It's just to make sure somebody had to be in control of the situation, or it could have really been a heck of a lot worse.
At the time in which you were on the phone with 911, did you realize how much damage had been done to the vehicle?
No, it didn't.
At that time in which you were calling 911, was your primary thought the safety of those individuals?
I sustain the objection.
What was your primary thought?
The safety of my passengers.
Did you eventually make it to the hotel?
Yes, we did.
Between 285 and the hotel, did you make any other stops?
No, we went directly to the Mandarin Hotel.
At this juncture, do you remember what highway did you get on to go to the Mandarin Hotel from where you were on 285?
I believe it's 400, if I recall.
Once you got to the hotel, what happened?
We parked, and that's when the officers met us. That's when I looked at the bus and saw how it was shot up, and saw how close the last bullet came to taking my life.
And where was that particular bullet that you're referencing? Where was it?
Shot
Did you see a bullet hole? Or did you see a bullet?
saw the bullet hole and shot the back of my mirror, the rearview mirror that I looked out of, that I sit right there in the window at.
I can't hear you.
It shot. The last one shot at the back of my mirror, where I sit in the driver's seat.
Now, when you got to the hotel, did you need assistance parking your vehicle?
Yes,
And why is that?
because the rearview mirror that I look out of was shot out, had a big bullet dent in it.
And I believe you said the police were there once you got to the hotel.
Yes, they were.
Once you got to the hotel, did the occupants who were on the bus get off the bus?
The police came on the bus, started questioning the occupants. Nobody wanted to talk to the police.
Stand your objection.
Okay.
Nobody.
Hold on. You can rephrase.
When the police got on the bus, did they attempt to speak with anyone?
Yes.
Did anyone speak with them?
No.
That's not.
I'll overrule the objection as long as you don't tell what the other people said.
Did anyone speak with the police?
No, they didn't.
Did those individuals get off the bus?
Yes, they did.
Did you see where they went?
No.
And was Lil Wayne one of those individuals who got off that bus?
Yes, he was.
And did you ever see him speaking with the police?
No, I didn't.
And did you stay and speak with the police?
Yes, I did.
Now, we talked about you looking at your driver's side mirror. Were you able to look at both your bus and Travis's bus when you got off your bus?
Yes, I was.
And did you notice anything on the bus that was not there when you first left Miami?
On the outside or the inside?
First, let's talk about the outside of your bus. Did you notice things that were not there when your bus departed Miami?
Yes, noticed a bunch of gunshots on the side of my bus.
Okay. And what about Travis's bus?
Yes.
What about on the inside of your bus? Did you notice anything that was not there prior to leaving Miami?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
Where the gunshots had penetrated through the bus, and they were in the bus.
And have you had the opportunity to look at the pictures of your bus and Travis's bus from the night of, or the morning of April 26, 2015?
Yes, I have.
was about to be 38E through 108E.
I got you. Councils, if I could interrupt your attention for a second. I have a good authority. We need to come for a break. So why don't we take 15 minutes? Okay, you can finish looking at that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess for 15 minutes. All right, all rise. So you can sit down. You can take your 15 minutes. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. We're in recess. As long as it's okay with your client. You shaking in affirmance, yes, sir. Okay, all right. Okay. Madam?
Upon agreement,
Yeah.
States Exhibit 1 Echo Alpha, which is the 911 call that we
Yes,
the redacted version that took out Mr. Lewis's phone number. The state by agreement, we would like to introduce for the record, States Exhibit 1 Echo Bravo, which is the full recording with the phone number.
all right.
Of course, not waiving our previous
Right.
objections, Judge. Got no objection to that, but we can,
All right, yeah, I'll note your similar objections and I'll admit it for the purpose of the record. Okay, can we call for our jurors, please, sir? Starting now.
We had two. It was one attached to the, where's the folder?
I'm supposed to stand.
Make a note of it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, did you and your colleagues from the defense have an opportunity to take a look at the exhibits that you're about to show the witness?
Yes, Your Honor, Defense Counsel has had an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 38 Echo through 108 Echo, Your Honor, today in court, and also provided in the PowerPoint. Yes. If you can take a moment and look at first State's Exhibit 38 Echo through 62 Echo, excuse me, and then 63 Echo through 108 Echo. So total 38 Echo through 108 Echo. Look at those and tell me if you recognize this assignment. Now, looking at, have you had the option to look at them all?
Not not this set.
Now, looking at say exhibit 38 Echo through 108 Echo, do you recognize what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize what's contained in exhibit 38 Echo through 108 Echo?
That's my bus.
And is that both bus that you were driving as well as the bus that Travis was driving on the night or the day of April 25th into the morning of April 26, 2015?
Yes, it was both. It was myself and Travis's bus as well.
And do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the images of the bus as you saw them back on the morning of April 26, 2015?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, this time state would like the 260 to the 38 Echo to 108 Echo into evidence.
Any objections to states 38 Echo through 108 Echo? All right, hearing none, they are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
First, we're going to start with exhibits 38 Echo. And looking at 39 and 40 Echo. Whose bus is contained within 38 Echo, 39 and 40 Echo?
40 Echo is Travis's bus.
And is that the studio bus?
Yes, it is.
And I know we've been using that term studio. What does a studio bus do?
Instead of having a big bed in the back, a king size bed, there is a studio actually built back there.
And when you say studio, you mean like a music studio?
Yes.
And is that what you were referencing, that Lil Wayne would get off from your bus and go into that bus to the music studio?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that he would primarily sleep on your bus if he was to sleep or relax on your
Yes.
bus? Now, looking at 41 Echo and 42 Echo, do you see any defects on the bus that were not present when you all left Miami, Florida?
I see one on 42 Echo.
Okay. And if it's easier, and I'll let you choose, you can either circle it using the computer screen.
Right.
Okay. Now let's go to 43 Echo. Do you see what do you see in 43 Echo?
Boy. Jeez. Right here. Right here.
And in 43 Echo, were those, strike that. Why did you circle those two areas of 43 Echo, which for the record are two defects in that picture?
Those appear to be gunshots to me.
Okay. And were those two defects there in the bus when you all left Miami?
No.
And did you notice it once you got back to the Mandarin Hotel?
Yes, we did. I did.
All right. And looking at now 44 Echo, is that a close-up of that top bullet hole that we saw in 43 Echo?
Yes.
Okay. Now I would like for us to go to 45 Echo. And looking at, are you able to clear this one?
Somewhat. Oh, there we go. Oh,
Now, I want to go back to 41 Echo. Excuse me, I'm sorry, 43 Echo. I apologize. Now, looking at 43 Echo and 45 Echo, is this a different gunshot than what we see in 43 Echo?
you show me 43, please.
Go back to 43.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to move to 47 Echo. Looking at 47 Echo, what do you see in 47 Echo?
There.
Okay. And does that appear to be a different defect than what we saw in both 43 and 45 Echo?
It appears to be, yes.
And again, was this on the bus prior to you leaving Miami?
No.
And when did you first notice this defect?
At the hotel at the Mondrian.
Speak up a little.
At the hotel, the Mondrian Hotel.
I want us to now go to 49 Echo.
Okay.
And if you're able to remove the circle. Looking at 49 Echo in comparison to 47 Echo. And now going back to 49 Echo. Is that the same as what we saw in 47 Echo?
It appears to be different.
And I'll go back to 47 Echo.
Oh, okay. One's just highlighted. Seems like to me.
And looking back at 49. Is that a different part of the bus based upon where?
Yes,
47?
it is. Yes.
And again, was that defect there prior to you leaving Miami?
Nope.
And did you see it after you returned back to the Mandarin Hotel?
Yes.
Now looking at 51 Echo. Looking at 51 Echo. And going back to 47 and 49 Echo. I think it was 29. And now to 51. Can you tell if that's the same as the other two?
No,
that we saw?
No, they're different.
That's different. Is that in a different part of the bus?
Same part. This is in the Bay Area. The bays where they store the luggage, and the other one's right in the sidewall.
And the same question, was that there prior to you leaving Miami?
No, they weren't.
And did you see it after you returned to the Mandarin Hotel?
Yes, we did.
And then looking at 53 Echo. Do you see a defect in 53 Echo?
Yes, I do.
And I want to go back to 43 Echo. Does that appear to be a different location than these two?
Yes, it does.
So in looking at all of those from 41 to 53, are you able to tell the jury how many defects was in the side of the bus from 41 to 53 Echo? And if we need to, we can go back and count.
Quite a few. I didn't actually count them, but there's quite a few of them on.
Let's go back to 41. So, sorry, my eyes is bad. 43. And I got my glasses on. Okay.
3,
How many are there?
2,
And then looking at 45.
One.
So is that 3 right now?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to
Basis?
leading in foundation.
Um,
And essence.
I'll overrule the objection and, I'll sustain it as the leading, so.
Okay. How many is that right there?
3. I mean, 1, I'm sorry.
So
Total of 3.
47. How many do you see there?
Just 1.
Okay. So how many are we at now?
4.
Looking at 49 Echo.
2, 5, 6.
Okay. Looking at 51 Echo.
1, 7.
And looking at 53 Echo.
1, 8.
Now, I want to move to State's Exhibit 57 Echo. And let me ask you this while we're looking at 57 Echo. At the time, do you know how many people were on the studio bus at the time outside of Travis?
No, I don't. I'm not sure.
Do you know Travis was on there by himself?
No, he had a few people on board. I just don't know the head count.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 57 Echo, I'm going to also look at 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62. What part of the bus is that area that we're looking at between 57 and 62 Echo?
It's the Bay Area where they stored luggage.
And looking back on State's Exhibit, actually for real, this time 41. If you could just show the jury, what would be considered the Bay Area of the bus?
The Bay Area runs these 3 doors right. Well, actually, on this one there'll be 2 doors. This bay here is a generator bay, so you don't use that bay. So it's just these two, the 2 forward bays.
And so when we're looking at those exhibits 57 through 63, that's inside of those areas.
Those 3.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 59 Echo, 60 Echo, and 61 Echo. Do you know what that item is that's being depicted?
Looks like a gunshot to me.
It looks like a gunshot to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I want to go to 63 Echo. And looking at 63 Echo, what are we looking, what's depicted in 63 Echo?
That's my bus.
And now looking at 77 Echo?
Oh, boy.
What are we looking at 77 Echo?
The passenger side of my bus.
And this is a little bit backwards, but in 76 Echo? Is that the same passenger side of your bus from a different angle?
Yes, it is.
Now I want to show you what's been marked as 66 Echo and 67 Echo. Looking at 66 and then next looking at 67. What is depicted in 67?
That's a bullet right there. It's a bullet that hit right there.
And again, were those defects inside of your vehicle prior to leaving Miami?
No.
Okay. And earlier, when you testified that you heard gunshots coming from the back of the bus first?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to 68 Echo. And 69 Echo. and 70 echo. What's depicted in 68, 69, and 70 echo?
This right here is where the radiator is, and that was shot.
Now, did you at any point in time find anything in the radiator when you were looking at the bus?
Yes, I did. After getting to the hotel, and I was just looking around, I looked to see how far the radiator was damaged, and I saw a bullet lodged in there.
And what, if anything, did you do with the bullet that was lodged in the radiator?
I called, and either Racy or Dennis. Dennis came in, I believe. I met Dennis, Detective Dennis, and gave it to him.
And do you know what agency Detective Dennis worked for?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, with this damage to the radiator, again, was that there prior to leaving Miami?
No.
With this damage, were you able to drive the bus after you got it back to the hotel?
Luckily, I got it back to the hotel without blowing the engine. Yes.
Okay. After you got back to the hotel, did you drive that bus again?
Never. No.
Why not?
First, I couldn't drive it because of the damage that was done to it, and mentally and physically, I couldn't drive it, and they called and had it towed back to the yard.
Okay. And with this portion, was the radiator damaged?
Yes, very, very much so.
All right. Moving to State's Exhibit 77, Echo. '71 Echo, just keep going. What is depicted in 71 Echo, 75 Echo, 73 Echo, and 74 Echo? And 74. 71, 72, 73, and 74.
This right here is the bullet that shattered my driver's window. That's where the bullet hit that shattered my my rear view mirror.
And I'm going to go to 74 Echo. Is this the mirror that was shattered?
Yes, it is.
And where would you be sitting in relation to where that mirror is in that bus?
I'd be sitting right here.
And is that a glass window on the side, on the left side of where you circled?
Yes.
That's the window?
Yes, it is.
And do you know where that bullet went at all? That went through that window? Or that, excuse me, that mirror?
I stand the objection.
No, I don't know where.
Well, don't answer.
Oh,
This is the question.
Did you ever find a projectile coming out of that area?
no, I didn't.
And again, prior to individual shooting up your bus, your mirror like that driving up from Miami to Atlanta, Georgia?
Absolutely not. No.
And approximately in distance, how far does that mirror sit from where you sit?
I can reach out and touch it, so I would say, to reach out and grab it, I would say it was, what, 2 feet?
Next, I'm going to show you 76 Echo. And 78 Echo, I apologize. And 79 Echo. Yes, thank you. Looking at 78 Echo and 79 Echo, if you describe it for the jury, what do we see in both 78 Echo and 79 Echo?
78 Echo is the entryway to the bus.
And then 79 Echo?
9 is the interior of the bus.
And is that a similar interior to what we discussed earlier on demonstrative regarding the layout of the inside of that bus?
Yes, it is.
And in that area, is that the living room area as we discussed earlier with the demonstrative portion of
Yes, it
those
is.
pictures? Now, when on this night or on this morning, were there people sitting in this area of the bus? Do you recall?
There's a curtain that closes and the curtain was closed, so I don't know exactly who was sitting where. But yeah, they were all gathered up here.
I heard your objection. I'm gonna sustain the objection. Just rephrase that.
From where you were sitting, from where you're sitting on the bus, can you hear people behind you?
Yes,
And can you hear people who are in the distance, all the way in the back of the bus, all the way up to the front of the bus?
it's air pressure. The bus is usually air pressured, to where you can't really hear too much back there.
Okay. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 88 Echo, and then the next one 75 Echo. Looking at 88 Echo, are you able to tell the jury where on the bus is 88 Echo?
This is the side of the bus that's right behind where I sit.
So is that the driver's side of the bus?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a window on the driver's side of the bus?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
And looking at 75 Echo, what do we see in 75 Echo?
Both these are bullet holes right here, there, and there.
And again, were those holes there prior to you leaving Miami?
No, they weren't.
And were they there once you got back to the Mandarin?
Yes, they were.
All right. Looking at 82 Echo. And looking at 83 Echo. What are we looking at 82 and 83 Echo?
More bullet holes.
Is that in the inside of the same glass we were just looking at?
Yes.
And now looking at 80 Echo and 81 Echo. First, do you know or do you remember, were the shades down as it is here when you were leaving the compound? Do you know?
That I don't recall. I don't recall that.
Looking at 81 Echo, what do we see 81 Echo?
Something pierced through the shades right there.
Okay. And again, was that there prior to you leaving Miami?
No, it was not.
Now looking at 55 Echo. Sorry, this slide 55, 84 Echo, I apologize. Looking at 84 Echo and looking at 85 Echo.
Bullet hole right there.
Okay. And again, was that there prior to you leaving?
No.
And now looking at 86 Echo.
There's a little bullet hole right there.
Are you able to tell that's the inside of the door that we were just looking at?
Yes, it is.
All right. And looking at 87 Echo.
Yes.
And 89 Echo. And 90 Echo. Do you know what that is that we're looking at in those three images?
Looks like a shell casing. I mean, a bullet.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that bullet in there prior to?
No.
You said no.
No.
And in here, I see that there are snacks. We look back at 87 Echo. Did you have any snacks, anything below this underneath that cabinet?
Yes, that whole counter was was filled with snacks.
Now, looking at 91 Echo. And I want to look at 92 Echo. Going back to 91, what area are we looking at in 91 Echo?
That's the kitchen. This is a refrigerator. This is the bathroom right here. And these are the bunks right back here on both sides.
And is that similar to the bunks that we were talking about earlier in the other photo?
Yes,
All right.
exactly.
And just flipping through very quickly, 92 through 97 Echo.
Yes.
Are these relative areas where people would sleep or put their items there?
Yes, they are.
Now looking at 100 Echo, 101 Echo, and 102 Echo. Do you notice anything in those three images?
Yeah, right here. It's right here and right there. Appears to be pierced by a bullet.
And as I've asked before, was there anything you noticed prior to you picking up Lil Wayne and prior to this shooting?
No,
You had those defects?
no, they weren't. No, not at all.
And then just going very quickly through 103 through 108. Is that back bedroom that you referenced earlier in which the celebrity, or in this case, Lil Wayne, slept on this bus or rested?
Yes, it is.
Now, we talked about the bullet or the projectile that you found in the radiator that you gave the dentist. There was also the one that we saw inside that cabinet. Were there any other projectiles found inside of this bus?
Once we got back to Madison, the shop supervisor said that he found
I sustain the objection.
Well, don't.
Hold up. Any objection?
Do you know if a projectile was given, once you got back, given to any detectives?
That would go over here, say,
I sustain the objection.
Now, on April 26th, did you speak with police?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you tell them what you basically told the jurors here today?
Yes, I did.
Outside of calling 911 that night, did you make any other calls that evening?
I talked to a coworker, and then I talked to my daughter.
Now, we talked about earlier, you did not drive the bus back to Tennessee. How did the bus get back to Tennessee?
They had towed it back to Tennessee.
Now, was Atlanta the last stop for that tour?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you go on any other tour stops after April 26th for that particular tour?
No.
I'll overrule the objection. Overrule, sir.
Why didn't you go into the other portion of that tour?
I was done that night. That was it for me.
In all of your years of driving as a tour bus operator, had anything like this ever happened?
Objection, as for relevance.
I sustain that objection.
Prior to going on tour, were you aware of any conflicts between Lil Wayne and anyone else prior to you getting on this tour?
No.
Relevance and call for here.
I sustain the objection.
just a few follow questions. When the police escort were escorting you to 285, were the sirens on or off? If you can recall.
That I don't recall.
Do you remember if lights were on or off?
Yeah, they definitely were.
Lights were definitely on.
Yes.
Earlier, when you talked about the individual who said your name or asked for Al, what was that person's demeanor? Do you recall?
I didn't pay too much attention to it. They were kind of aggressively asking and I just ignored it.
Okay. What about, did you notice anything about the demeanor about the person who was kind of, the other person who was walking around the bus?
No, they seemed like they were just doing something.
I stand the objection.
When you said that Lil Wayne individuals rushed out of the compound onto your bus, did any of them appear to be angry?
Yeah, the manager was quite angry about something and pretty much cussed me out. I mean, we've been out on tour before and never had any situation like that.
Outside of the manager, any of the individuals who got on the bus?
No. No.
As you all were being escorted to 285 with the police escort, did anyone on the bus appear upset or angry prior to the shooting occurring?
I didn't pay attention. I was focused on the escort.
Okay. When the white car drove past you on and it pulled over on the side, if you can remember, how far was your bus, from where that car pulled over on the side? About how many car lengths between where your bus was and when they pulled over to the side?
I recall it wasn't a car length. It was about a half a mile or so. They kept on and went on up, and I saw where they were going, and I saw them pull over.
Course indulgence for a moment.
Yes, ma'am. Cross. Mr. Sharp?
Mr. Lewis,
Yes.
good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
Just gonna ask you a few questions. The bus that you were driving, Lil Wayne's security was on that bus, correct?
Yes,
And that man's name is James Mulvey, correct?
I know him as Jim. That's what I know him as.
You know him as Jim?
Yes,
Okay. On direct, you testified that you were the only person who spoke to police that night. Jim, in fact, spoke to police that night as well, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I
Okay,
can't say yes or no.
okay. Now, we heard your 911 tape, the 911 call, and you also gave a statement to the police that night at the hotel, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you were willing to cooperate with the police, correct?
Yes,
In fact, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, you wanted to prosecute this case, correct?
no.
Well, the police asked you if you're willing to prosecute, and you in fact answered that you were wanting to prosecute the case that night.
Mm. Okay.
Okay. So certainly, you wanted to, when you gave your statement to the police, you didn't hold back any information, did you?
Well, when you have a CDL, which is federally governed, I just can't choose not to speak.
Understand?
So I do what I'm supposed to do.
I understand. And you wanted to give the police as many details as possible about what you had seen.
Well, I had a job that I had to maintain. And if I didn't cooperate, I'm sure my company, Pioneer, would have told me, because they had insurance, I'm sure, if I didn't cooperate and say,
Your Honor, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, well, I don't want to get too far off field.
okay,
All I'm asking is, when you gave your statement to the police, you wanted to give them accurate details about what you had observed.
that's my job, yes.
Okay, and you weren't seeking to leave anything out, correct?
No,
Okay. And so I want to talk to you about what you've testified here today. You, as I understand it, you're driving the bus, you hear what you perceive as gunshots, correct?
correct,
Okay. And you are on the front, in the driver's seat of the bus, front left of the bus, correct?
correct,
Okay. And after hearing gunshots, you saw two cars speed past the bus on the left.
correct,
Okay. And eventually these cars ended up pulling over on the right side of the road past the exit that you were getting off.
correct,
Okay. And when I say you wanted to give all the details, you could. When I say two cars, there were only two cars that sped past you on the left, correct?
to my knowledge, yes,
Okay. And one of those cars you've testified was a white sports car, correct?
I testified it was a Corvette,
Okay, we were going to get to that. White Corvette. And you actually said that you saw flashes coming out of that car, correct?
correct,
Okay. And the second car behind the white Corvette, I want to talk to you about it. That was a white truck, correct?
yes,
Okay. And that's what you've always said, a white truck, correct?
That's what I remembered, 85 miles an hour, yes,
Okay. And those were, to the best of your recollection, the only two cars that you saw pass the bus, correct?
correct,
Okay. In all of your statements, you have never, or you did not see, let me just start with this. You did not see a blue SUV that night, did you?
I don't recall that.
Okay, you do not recall seeing a blue SUV.
I don't recall that.
And you certainly did not see a blue SUV passing the bus at the time of the gunshots, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Adams? Sir.
Mr. Lewis, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams. You don't know Jeffrey Williams, do you?
No,
He is, however, someone who is named in your lawsuit that you have filed. Is that correct?
yes, it is.
Okay, so you are, as you sit here, you are a witness in this criminal case, true?
Yes.
You've been subpoenaed as a witness to come in
Yes,
and testify.
I've been subpoenaed, yes.
Right. And you are also the plaintiff in a lawsuit that you have brought against Jeffrey Williams, right?
Yes,
Let's see, Brian Birdman Williams, correct?
correct,
Cash Money Records, right?
correct,
Money Records, right?
correct,
Let's see. Jimmy Carlton Winfrey, correct?
correct,
And YSL, the corporation, the company. Is that true?
that's true.
Okay. You have brought that suit, and you are in fact suing those individuals based on the incident that occurred on April 26th of 2015. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Now, I want to kind of get to the crux of this. I want to ask you questions about the incident, but would I be correct in saying that at no time on either April 25th, 2015, or April 26th of 2015, did you ever see Jeffrey Williams? That true?
That's true.
All right. In fact, based on the lawsuit that you filed, you know that on the night of April 25th into April 26th of 2015, you know that Jeffrey Williams was hundreds of miles away when this incident occurred. Did you know that?
I don't know that.
All right. That's not information that you've garnered during the course of the lawsuit?
It's been a lot. I don't try to recollect all that stuff.
You don't know what's going on in the lawsuit that you brought?
Yeah, I do.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Is the company that you were driving for that night Pioneer? Is that right?
Yes.
Are they party to the lawsuit against Jeffrey Williams?
No, they're not.
Okay, it's just you, right?
Yes,
And that is a $30 million lawsuit that you have brought against someone that you didn't even see that night. True?
true.
Matter of fact, Brian Birdman Williams, didn't see him that night either, did you?
No,
Okay. If I heard you correctly, you were not able to describe to the police or any detective or anyone any description of anyone who did any shooting on the night of the 25th going into the 26th. Is that true?
that's correct.
You didn't see anyone, did
That's
you?
correct.
In fact, when you testified earlier about this person who walked up to you and asked for Al, you remember that?
Yes,
You didn't give a description, or you weren't asked to give a description of that person to the police at any point, were you?
no,
Clear something up for me. You said it was odd that the person came and asked for Al, right?
Right.
Your name is Al, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And today is not the first time that you have been called upon to give testimony about the incident of the 25th and 26th. Is that true?
This is the first time I called to testify, yes.
Have you had a deposition as part of your $30 million lawsuit
Yes,
against
I have.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And in that deposition, you were asked questions by attorneys, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to recount the incidents or the incident on the 25th going into the 26th. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. And you were able to recount and give them as many details as you could remember from that night.
As I remember, yes.
All right. Now, this is 2015, or the incident is 2015. So we're talking about
9 years.
About 9 years ago. Is that
Yes.
true? And it's fair to say that it's a very traumatic incident, right?
Very much so.
So much so, obviously, you've noticed you've been upset, and you were upset, I understand, as you were testifying on this, isn't that right?
It is.
All right. Now, the 911 call that we heard a little bit earlier, true to say, that was you on that 911 call, right?
Yes.
And you were able to hold it together. You were very calm when you were making that 911 call, true?
True.
You were able to give whatever details you gave during that 911 call very calmly while the bus was being shot at, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I heard, you tell me if you heard the same thing, on the 911 call, when you were given the description about this white car and a white truck, there was someone in the background who was kind of telling you, yeah, it was a white car or something like that. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Who was that person that was talking to you at that time?
Probably was Jim.
Probably?
He was the one that like people on the bus. So I'm not sure who was the one behind me in my ear, but it probably was Jim, which was next to me.
That would be James Mulvey, right?
I don't know his name. I know him from Jim. I don't know his full name.
Okay, Jim, though, is a person that we've described as the security guy, right?
Yes.
He is Lil Wayne's security person.
Yes.
Okay, now, so we hear who you think is Jim talking to you, giving a description of a car, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, and we heard your 911 call. What about Dwayne Carter, Lil Wayne? Where was he when this was going on?
Objection made when what was going on?
All right,
Sustain the objection. You can rephrase, sir.
I will, thank you. When the shooting was going on or when you were making that 911 call, where was Lil Wayne?
He was somewhere on the bus. The curtain was drawn. I can't look behind myself and dodge bullets. So that was not my concern at the time. My concern was to make sure that the bus was safe so everybody would be safe.
Do you know whether or not he called 911 at any time while this incident was taking place? Do you know?
That Wayne did?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that.
Okay. Let me jump back a little bit, okay? Because I heard you say that you drove from Miami to Atlanta on the night of the 25th or the day of the 25th, true?
Yeah.
Okay. So you drive to Atlanta, and instead of going to the Mandarin Hotel, because you guys had been on the road for 9.5 hours and it was almost time to be at the club, you went directly to the club.
Yes.
Okay. You park the vehicle. Mr. Carter, Lil Wayne gets off, and he ends up going inside of the club, the compound, right?
Yes.
Okay. You are out there for a while. I think you said an hour to an hour and a half. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, a few hours, yes.
Okay. And essentially, you're waiting for Lil Wayne to get done, right?
Right.
I heard you describe the scene out there as you said there were all sorts of people out there on the road, on the street. Is that right? Outside the club.
Yes,
It was pretty crowded.
yes,
There were a lot of people. All right.
right.
And at some point, you got out and you kind of did a walk around at the bus before Lil Wayne came back to the bus. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, as you do that walk around, that's when this guy comes up to you and asks about Al. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And he was by himself.
There was another guy with, there's two of them.
Okay, so two came up initially.
Yeah, one was the talker and the other one was, I don't know, he was with him.
Just there with him, right?
Yeah.
Anybody else around those two guys?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so it wasn't that a whole crowd of 25 or 30 people came up to you. It was these two guys, one of whom asked you, where's Al, or is Al here, or something like that.
Yeah, everybody went inside after Wayne went inside, everybody went inside.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. 10 minutes later, you see these two guys, they kind of walk around the back of the bus, right?
Right.
All right. Nothing else unusual happens after you see them walk behind the bus. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. But when Lil Wayne came back to the bus, he got on the bus and there were a bunch of at least 6 or so other people who were with him, people who were from the club, right?
Yes.
Okay. And these were not people who had been on the bus before.
To my knowledge.
This was, Wayne was there, right?
Yes.
His security guy, Jim, was there, right?
Yes.
All right. And at least 6 just kind of random folks who came from the club with Wayne.
Correct.
You don't know anything about those people, right?
No.
Don't know who they were, right?
Right.
You don't know what relationship they had to either Lil Wayne or anyone else inside or outside the club, right?
Not at all.
Okay. You don't know what had been going on inside of the club because you weren't in there, right?
Correct.
You don't know what any of these 6 or 7 people were doing inside the club because you weren't in there.
Correct.
Now, what you didn't see Wayne have any sort of altercation with anyone outside of the club. You didn't see that, right?
No, that's not I don't work security, so that's not my job.
Right. I mean, you didn't see that.
Right.
All you know is that Wayne and these folks come back to the bus, they get on the bus, right?
Correct.
And if I heard you correctly, Wayne's manager seemed like he was kind of agitated, right?
Correct.
All right. And what you remember him saying, and excuse my language, was something to the effect of, there's some nigger shit going on.
Correct.
All right. You don't know what he was talking about.
Haven't a clue.
You don't know what kind of SHIT he was talking about.
Haven't a clue.
All right. But these folks are on the bus, and then there is a police escort that takes you all to 285, correct?
Correct.
All right. While the police escort is coming with you guys, there is nothing suspicious, no cars or anything else around the buses. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What you do know, though, is that when the police escort leaves, you guys get on 285, you started hearing shots coming, as you described, from the back of the bus, coming along the side of the bus, right?
Correct.
Right. Now, we've already talked about the fact that you saw flashes come from the car, not the truck, the car, right?
Correct.
All right. You didn't see anyone hanging out the window, right?
Correct.
You didn't hear anyone saying anything, right?
Correct.
But you could tell that someone was shooting at the bus, right?
Correct.
Because you could hear it.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Short asked you some questions about what you saw. So I'm going to jump over that and just talk about when you got back to the Mandarin. And actually, let me make sure I clear something up, because I heard you say that the cars pulled ahead of you and pulled to the side of the road ahead of the bus. Is that right?
Correct.
Did they both pull to the side of the road? Both of these two white vehicles?
I remember seeing one. I wasn't counting, but I remember seeing one at least.
Okay, so you saw two vehicles, but in terms of, if we're talking about what you saw pulled ahead on the side of the road, we're talking about one car, one white car, right?
To my recollection, yes.
And that was a sports car, not the truck, right?
Right.
All right. And you noticed that, and you got that edit right before that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
There was no one shooting from inside of the bus. Is that right?
No.
Did anyone come running up to the front of the bus? What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? Anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. You all eventually made it back to, and by the way, your phone call, your 911 call was before you all actually got back to the Mandarin. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, as you told Mr. Short a little bit earlier, when you get back to the Mandarin Hotel, the police were there and you had an opportunity to talk to them.
Correct.
Tell me, where did Lil Wayne, I presume he got off the bus when you all got back to the Mandarin, right?
Correct.
Where did he go?
Haven't a clue.
What about Jim Mulvey? Where did he go?
Haven't a clue.
What about the 6 or 7 or so people who were on the bus, who would have been on the bus when the shooting occurred and potentially been able to describe something to the police? Where did they go?
Haven't a clue.
Okay. The bus had to be towed back by the company, right?
Right.
And you didn't see anyone, you didn't see those white cars again when you got back to the Mandarin Hotel, did you?
No, I didn't.
And is it fair to say that when you got back to the Mandarin Hotel, you get out of the bus and when you talk to the police, are you talking to them right there outside by the bus?
Yes.
Okay, because you were showing them the damage to the vehicles, to both vehicles, true?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, wasn't there a crime scene person who showed up that you interacted with?
I don't recall that.
Okay. You remember talking to a police officer or a detective, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was no one around the bus at that point when you get back to the Mandarin to whom you were asked to describe or anything like that, right?
I just talked to the detective or the officer.
All right. So it's fair to say that you were on the bus when the shooting occurred and you're able to describe what happened during that shooting and after, but that's all you know, right?
That's all I was involved with, yes.
Right. And so in terms of who did that shooting, right? Who was shooting at that bus? You don't know, do you?
From the 180-page police report, it identified who did the shooting.
I'm asking you what you know, sir, because you were the witness, right?
Exactly.
You were the one who was present, correct?
Correct.
You were the one who was in that bus, right?
Correct.
You were the one who saw that white car, right?
Correct.
You were the one who did not see anyone or could not identify anyone in the white car, right?
Correct.
All right. So I don't want to ask you about what any police officers told you or what they came up with, but in terms of what you know,
Right.
you don't know who shot at that bus.
Never said I did. Correct.
You don't know why anyone shot at that bus, right?
Is there a real reason why? I don't know. No, I don't know the real reason why.
Right. And you would agree with me that it's probably pretty difficult to shoot at a bus on April 25th, 26th on I-285 from Louisiana, right?
Let me think. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. Yes.
Yeah, because you know that Mr. Jeffrey Williams, person who's sitting over there, was in Louisiana when all of this occurred. You know that, don't you?
No, I don't.
You do not?
No.
Okay. Did you allege that? Or did you confront that issue in your civil suit when the depositions were being taken?
I didn't allege that he was. I don't know where he was, so I don't know that.
When did you file the lawsuit?
About 2 years after this incident happened.
Okay, so 2015 is the incident, and about 2017 or so when you filed the lawsuit and started receiving information and discovery in that lawsuit, right?
Correct.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Mr. Lewis. Judge, can I have a second, please?
Yes.
Just thanks, that's all I have. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Lewis, good afternoon, sir.
Good
Just have a few questions for you. On April 25th and 26th, 2015, you were actually working for Pioneer, the bus company, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were, at the time of this incident, you were acting and working within the scope of your employment, correct?
Correct.
You were on duty essentially, correct?
Correct.
Did you file a workers' compensation claim in connection with this case?
I don't recall that. I mean, I don't recall this.
Okay. You were not,
I was diagnosed with PTSD, so there's some things I don't recall. So that's one of the things I don't recall
so you
because
don't,
of this incident.
I understand.
Gotcha.
You don't recall whether or not you received any compensation as a result of any claim that you would have filed with workers' comp as a result of this alleged incident?
During that time, I don't recall a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. App, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Jay Apt. I represent Diamante Kendrick. Do you know who Diamante Kendrick is?
Haven't a clue.
Have you ever heard his name before?
No.
This gentleman sitting next to me in the black shirt and the tan jacket, do you recognize him at all?
No.
No? Do you have any knowledge that Diamante Kendrick was in any way related to the incident you've described?
I haven't a clue about that.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
All right, anybody else? Any redirect?
On cross, Mr. Shard asked you a few questions as to why, about whether or not you wanted to prosecute. Do you recall him asking you that? That was the first gentleman
Yes.
that, and you talked about having to do that because of your CDL license. Tell the jury, what were some of the requirements to maintain your CDL license and why you had to report this to the police?
Well, from what I was know is that, you know, it's a commercial license and you just can't pick and choose not to talk to the police. They pull you over, you cooperate with them. And that's what I've been taught and trained to do. So that's what I did. And my company requires that, that we cooperate with authorities, in case of a report or something has to be taken. It's just, I don't pick and choose to do that. Something that's required as my job.
And you were also asked by Mr. Shard on cross-examination, again, about wanting to prosecute. When you were speaking to the police about what had just occurred to you, were you shaken up at the time?
Very much so.
What was actually going through your mind as you were talking to police and recounting what had just happened to you? Your Honor,
It's been asked and answered though, so let's move on.
Mr. Adams asked you a number of questions about your lawsuit. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And he asked you, did you see Jeffrey Williams that night? Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes.
He also asked you, did you see Birdman that evening? Do you recall
Yes.
him asking you that? Why did you bring the lawsuit against the individuals that he named in your lawsuit? Why did you bring the lawsuit against those individuals?
Yes. 3-7,
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Does the lawsuit that you have filed have anything to do with your testimony here today?
No.
The person of Jimmy Winfrey, are you familiar with that name?
I've heard that name.
Okay. Did you see that person named Jimmy Winfrey on the night that this occurred?
I don't know. No.
Did you hear of that individual prior to this incident happening to you?
No.
And Mr. Adams asked you about Jimmy Winfrey. Is he a person named in your indictment?
meaning lawsuit?
Excuse me, so I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not he pled guilty to an indictment involving this incident in Cobb County?
He pleaded guilty and he took a plea deal. And yes.
And you know the charges for which he pled guilty to?
For shooting that, he was the one that shot at the bus, as far as I
Sustain the objection.
I'm asking, do you know the charges, not why he pled, but do you know the charges that he pled to?
I think.
I sustain the objection.
Mr. Adams kept mentioning the $30 million lawsuit. Does that amount of money make you whole after what you went through on the night that this occurred?
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, that's a bias question. It goes.
Well, it's still improper to the way you asked, or the way you, what it gets already asked them.
You were asked about individuals on the bus, whether or not any of them ever talked to police. Did you ever see any of the individuals, once they got off the bus, come back out and speak with police?
I don't recall.
You were asked specifically about Lil Wayne. Did you ever see him, once he got off the bus, ever come back out and speak to police?
I sustain the objection.
While you were speaking with police, did you pay attention to what was happening on the street behind you or in front of you while you were talking to the police?
No.
So to your knowledge, do you know if any cars appeared at the hotel while you were speaking to the police?
I sustain the question.
When you were speaking to the police, do you know if any vehicles came to the hotel while you were speaking to the police?
That I don't recall.
That you don't recall. Okay. You were asked by Mr. Adams if anyone from the back of the bus came to the front of the bus to kind of speak with you as the shots were being fired. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
As the bus was being shot up, what were the individuals doing? Or what could you hear the individuals doing on the bus?
I'm going to object to ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
And lastly, when you all were driving up 285, was Travis behind you and entered onto 285, or was he next to you or somewhere else?
He was behind me.
He was behind you. And did he stay behind you the entire time from 285 to 400?
far as yes.
And have you ever seen the indictment to which Mr. Winfrey pled to?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall? All right. Court's indulgence?
Yes, ma'am.
And my last question for you, Mr. Lewis, on that night, prior to the bus being shot up, did you see anyone on your bus brandish a handgun at all towards anyone at the club compound or anywhere else? And that's all on the night of April 26th.
No.
No? Thank you, that's no further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Adams? Mr. Shard, anything further? Mr. Matthews, anything further? Any other counsel? All right, may Mr. Lewis be permanently temporary excused as a witness?
Yes, he be permanently excused.
All right, Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Over here. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your duties and avocations. Just don't discuss the testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, and we thank you for your patience with us, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch? All right, excellent. Okay, we're going to go ahead and make this point. It's a little about almost 5 after 1. Why don't we be in recess until about 2:30? Okay, and then we'll go ahead and see where the rest of the afternoon leads us. All right? Okay. All right. All rise for our jurors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please receive our jury has left us. Before we go to lunch, Mr. Apt and where's Mr. Harvey? Huh? Mr. Harvey and State, I need to have a couple of just conversations with you, just so not related to anything we're doing right here. So we're in recess. I'll see you all back at 2:30, okay? All right.
is Detective Dennis. I assume that's who's coming next. Then I have a motion still on exhibits that have not been fulfilled. And I'm also objecting to being qualified as an expert just to rehash what Detective Belknap testified to and Detective Gaither, testified to. So I just wanted to alert you.
Okay. Yes.
Your Honor, so at this point, the purpose for Detective Dennis's testimony, we will obviously get into his background, but we will not be, he will be a fact witness at this time.
Okay. All right. What about the exhibits that,
We won't be using the ones that he has objections to.
okay. All right. All right. Well, that satisfies that inquiry for the time being. Sorry to let you down. We'll deal with it when they come up, sir. Mr. Short? Okay, all right.
Your Honor, I've spoke to Ms. Love and she indicated to me that the video of my client that was subject to litigation, the video car.
Sure.
Okay. It won't be coming in today. I would like to concur regarding possible limiting instructions and the like before it gets to the point of that being admitted into evidence over my objection, of course. But I was told that wasn't happening today. I just wanted to put that on your radar.
Okay, so you're following still with the same objections you have to that particular video, but now you'd like to ask me about some limiting instructions on that?
Yes, if it's going to be admitted, which Your Honor seemed to indicate it would, my understanding is the basis is to show association, and I would ask if that's the purpose of the video, to show association, that a limiting individuals in the video, as opposed to, because as I've been clear, there's great prejudice in the video and there's great bad character evidence and there's propensity evidence. So
Okay, we talked about that already, but I think that the state's offering it for a number of purposes, not just to show
Right.
association, but they got a few other things. So it might be better for me to deal with that as a jury charge, but because it does come in for a couple other reasons, okay?
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, all right. All right, Ms. Love, are you ready, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Start naming some of our jurors, please. Who is Fulton County DA9? Who's number 9? Okay, all right, just want to make sure. Trying to pull double duty, just want to make sure.
I'm Judge, and I'm SCDL, not the one that just came up. Turn that one off. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, State, call your next witness, please.
State calls retired Detective
All right, summon Detective Dennis, please. All right, Detective Dennis, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, sworn as a witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court.
My name is Tyrone Dennis, Tyrone, last name Dennis, Dennis.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Would you please tell the jury that if I'm not speaking loudly enough, if someone just let me know. Would you please tell the jury where it is that you're currently working?
I currently work as the Director of School Safety for Rockwood School District back in St. Louis, Missouri.
How long have you worked there?
4 years.
And what do your responsibilities include as Director of School Safety for the Rockwood School District?
Rockwood, I supervise 32 schools, supervise 17 police officers, report directly to the superintendent of the school district.
Now, are you certified as a law enforcement officer in the state of Missouri?
I am.
And what is it that you have to do to become certified as a law enforcement officer in the state of Missouri?
I have to go through post training so to keep my Missouri post.
And is the post training required for Missouri the same as the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council required for law enforcement officers in Georgia?
Yes.
Do you work in any extra law enforcement capacity within the community?
I do. I have a nonprofit by the name of Clippers and Cops. I've been volunteering and mentoring for 20 years. I've been doing Clippers and Cops since March of 2018.
Would you tell the jury what Clippers and Cops is? Background.
All objections should say.
Please tell the jury what it is.
I created Clippers and Cops in order to create empathy between law enforcement and the community. When I would go get my hair cut, we would have some of the best conversations. And so I decided to grab not only law enforcement, but people from the community. And we basically meet once a month, every third Thursday of the month since 2018. And we basically have open dialogue conversations between the community and law enforcement.
When you say between the community and law enforcement, where all do you all have these open communications?
Each month we pick a barbershop. When we first started, we couldn't find any barbershops. And then now we have to do a lottery to pick a barbershop because everybody wants us to come.
Is it only in the state of Missouri?
No, it started here in Atlanta. And when I moved back, I started doing it back in St. Louis as well.
Before working in your current capacity, where did you work?
I worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what was your last position at the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was a gang detective as well as a ATF task force officer.
When did you first start working with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
September 7th, 2004.
What was your first job there?
I was a recruit for 4 months. I went to the academy in December, graduated April of 2005. My first assignment was Zone 5, downtown. My assignment was the Boulevard, Old Fourth Ward area.
And when you say your assignment was the Zone 5 Boulevard, Old Fourth Ward area, what was your official title?
I was a patrol officer.
And what did you do as a patrol officer?
Answer 911 calls.
How long did you keep that position with APD?
6.5 years.
After 6.5 years, where did you start working within APD?
I went to Apex for 6 weeks. I then made detective and was assigned to the Zone 6 Criminal Investigations Division for about 1.5 years.
Tell the jury what Apex is.
Apex was the new unit they created after disbanding of Red Dog. And I went over as in an investigative capacity.
And what types of crimes did you participate in investigating with Apex?
Everything from it was a violent crimes unit, so everything from murder down.
Now, you said you then were assigned as a CID detective, Criminal
Correct.
Investigations Division?
Yes.
All right. And you worked there for how long?
About 1.5 years.
What were your responsibilities as a criminal investigations detective?
General crimes, everything from robberies, carjackings, fraud, you name it.
Now, You said that you were also, did you say that you were also post-certified in Georgia while you worked as a law enforcement officer?
The entire time.
What did you have to do to be post-certified in Georgia?
Every year we had to take the required hours at the police academy or training classes that they told us we had to take.
What type of training classes did you take to maintain your post-certification?
We had to qualify with our service weapon. We had to go to in-service.
Slow down for me just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We had to qualify with our weapon each year. We had to take mandates, updates. If we got any type of updated training, that's when we would do it during in-service.
What would happen if you had lost your certification, your post-certification during your time as a police officer?
I would have either A, been put on the desk or B, fired.
Did you ever lose your post-certification?
No.
After you worked as a criminal investigations division detective for 1.5 years, where did you go within APD?
I got sent to the gang unit.
What year did you get sent to the gang unit?
I think that was May of 2013 or something.
Before May of 2013, would you tell the jury what, if any, experience you had had investigating criminal street gangs?
I had no experience investigating criminal street gangs.
How was it that you ended up in the gang unit without experience investigating criminal street gangs?
I was voluntold to go.
All right. Now, are you originally from Georgia?
No, I'm born and raised in St. Louis.
What part of St. Louis?
I grew up in the Fountain Park, Hodemont Tracks neighborhood.
Now, I need you to
Fountain Park, Hodemont Tracks.
Now I need you to spell that for our Madam Court.
Fountain, F-O-U-N-T-A-I-N, Park, P-A-R-K.
The other part.
Hodemont, H-O-D-I-M-O-N-T, Tracks, T-R-A-C-K-S.
Now, did you spend all of your formative years in that area?
Yes.
Did you go to high school there?
Yes.
When did you leave?
When I left for college.
And Hodemont Park.
Hodemont Tracks.
Hodemont Tracks. Please forgive me. Were there any gangs that you were aware of while you were coming up in Hodemont Tracks?
Oral, sir.
It's probably the worst, one of the worst areas in St. Louis. I grew up around gangs, dope, and guns.
Now, did you personally know any persons who were members of gangs in St. Louis?
Oh, yes.
Oral, sir.
And were they all, were they enemies, friends, family, or some combination?
Where I grew up, I played sports, and I had to know the lay of the land. Some of the people I grew up with, some of my family members, gangs was a part of the culture.
And did you ever become involved in gangs?
I did not.
How did you avoid it?
Sports. Basically, my family, my older siblings wouldn't allow me to get involved in that.
All right.
Oh, I'll sustain that objection.
Now, when you left Hodemont Tracks, where did you go?
I went to Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois.
And when you went there, did you have a particular major already picked out in mind?
I majored in criminal justice
Why did you major in criminal justice?
because I grew up around crime. I was kind of fluent.
Okay. What did you want to do with the criminal justice degree?
I want to go into the FBI.
Did you graduate?
I did.
And what degree did you receive?
I got an associate's in criminal justice.
After graduation, what year did you graduate?
99.
And after graduation, what did you do?
I transferred to the University of North Alabama, where I double majored in criminal justice and sociology.
Did you graduate from North Alabama?
May of 02.
And what degrees did you receive?
A bachelor's of science in criminal justice and sociology.
What was your first job out of college?
I went to play professional basketball in Colombia, South America.
And how long did you do that?
Off and on for 2 years.
And what did you do after you finished playing professional basketball?
I joined the Atlanta Police Department.
Did you know anyone in Atlanta?
I did not. Well, my roommate from college did.
So what brought you to the Atlanta Police Department?
I went to a recruiting fair in downtown St. Louis in May of '02 before I went to play ball.
Did you know what position you wanted to hold with the Atlanta Police Department when you first joined?
Not really.
What type of training? You said in-service training. What is that?
In service is basically each year we have different mandates that we got to go through as police officers to maintain our certification. Whatever, like for example, if there's an update on, say, tasers or pepper spray, we might go through that training doing in-service training.
Up until, from the time you joined APD up until 2013, had any of your training included training on criminal street gangs in Georgia?
No.
And up until that time, were you at all familiar with any criminal street gangs in Georgia?
Oh, yes.
How?
My beat and my assignment, like I said, was Boulevard, 4th Ward. And being from St. Louis and being familiar with gangs, I started seeing graffiti and different things that I knew familiar from back home. And so I started taking interest in it. It started making work make sense.
What do you mean when you say making work make sense?
To me, different incidents weren't just different incidents, and they had different meaning, or if someone said something, I knew that to be gang related in some way.
Let me ask you this. How much interaction did you have with community members one-on-one before 2013 in Atlanta?
Every day.
And was this only when you were arresting or investigating someone for a crime?
No, I got to know pretty much everybody on my beat, from the homeless person to the store owner to the elderly lady to the guy selling dope on the corner. I knew everybody. How
were you able to get to know these people?
Because I interacted and we saw each other every day. I worked 7 to 3. I basically talked to them. They talked to me.
Were there people who became what we would call confidential informants within the zones that you worked over the time that you were with the Atlanta Police Department?
What you mean?
I mean, did you ever have people who would give you information and wish to remain anonymous?
Everybody gave information. The streets will talk. You just got to know how to listen to it.
Now, when you said 7 to 3, was that 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. or 7 p.m. to 3 a.m.?
7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Day shift.
At some point, did you seek formal training in the area of criminal street gangs in Georgia?
I started taking gang training once I joined the gang unit.
When you joined the gang unit, were you partnered with anyone, or did you work or investigate your cases by yourself?
Initially, when I first got to the unit, I was upset. I wanted to go to homicide, and they sent me to gangs. And once I got to gangs, Detective Lakia Gaither, she sat right in front of me, and we had a lot in common. So we pretty much became partners.
When you say you all became partners, how did you receive the cases that you investigated in the gang? Were you assigned to a case or what?
It depends. If someone was more familiar with an incident or a situation, they would take it, or the supervisor or even the chief would come by and tell us to take a case.
So in 2013, what month did you say it was that you joined?
May.
So in May of 2013, how did you begin your time with the gang unit? What did you do to acclimate yourself to that unit?
I had to learn how. I was used to being a general investigator. As a gang detective, we wore regular clothes. As a general investigator, I wore a suit and tie. I had to learn everything that they did as gang detectives because it was somewhat different. But by me having experience in investigations, it actually helped me.
Is a suit and tie not what you would call regular clothes?
No, that's more formal. We wore jeans. We pretty much could wear whatever we want. We wore Jordans, T-shirts, True Religion, whatever we want.
Okay. And was that any particular reason that you all chose to wear that type of a tie versus suit and tie?
It's less intrusive. When you come with a suit and tie, most people think you're homicide, and they think that it's a little more serious. For us, we wore regular clothes. We could blend in, and we could move a little different.
And what type of training did you seek to obtain when you first joined the gang?
Every gang training that they offered, we pretty much tried to take it.
Tell the jury about some of that training.
Gang awareness, intro to gangs. I pretty much took whatever guy off the top of my head. It's on my CV, I guess.
Okay. Did you take more than 40 hours of formal gang training?
Yes.
Did you attend sessions with other law enforcement agencies outside of the city of Atlanta?
Yes, we would have monthly meetings with other police departments, and we would information share. Sometimes we would help other jurisdictions more than they would help us because we were more familiar with more of the information than they were.
During your time with the Atlanta Police Department, did you become familiar with a group calling itself Young Slime or YSL?
Yes.
Do you recall when it was that you first learned about the group's existence?
Probably as soon as I got there, I started hearing rumblings of it.
Was that when you say as soon as I got there?
To the gang unit.
All right. Before getting to the gang unit in May 2013, had you interacted or met any persons who were claiming YSL?
No.
Now, while you were working with the Atlanta Police Department, did you ever hold what is called in law enforcement an extra job?
Since the day I walked in the door, that's how we pretty much made our living.
Why do you say that?
Because my base salary was piss poor, and that's how we pretty much survived, working extra jobs.
Did you have to get permission to work these extra jobs?
You had to get a city-approved extra job form signed by your supervisor. You had to pull out on your radio whenever you worked the extra job to let them know where you were and the time that you were going to work.
In these extra jobs, did you wear a uniform or did you dress in regular clothes like a true religion?
Yes, most extra jobs we wear uniforms, but you can secure extra jobs where you wear regular, but you have to get special permission.
In 2015, April 25th, 2015, what position were you holding with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was a gang detective.
And on that date in 2015, did you have occasion that Saturday to be working any extra job?
I was working at Club Compound. I think I worked there for almost 10 years.
Was that 10 years prior to 2015 or 10 years starting from a particular date?
Probably since I came on, I worked at Club Compound. So that's 10 years prior, leading up to that date.
How often did you work at Club Compound?
Pretty much every Saturday night.
And would you describe for the jury the type of events that you worked at Club Compound?
Club Compound is a big event space, and probably some of the biggest hip hop artists acts. If they come to the city, usually they're gonna go to Club Compound.
Was it always hip hop artists and acts that you were working at Club Compound?
No, I worked whenever they needed us.
What were your responsibilities at your extra job at Compound?
To keep the peace, pull traffic, and make sure the night go pretty smooth.
On April the 25th, 2015, were you working in uniform?
Yes.
And by that date, had you investigated in any way YSL or people who were claiming affiliation with YSL or Young Slime?
Yes, I think we were about 5 months into an investigation.
Now, when you say that you pulled traffic, what do you mean?
At the club, there's hundreds of people, and Compound is like a tourist attraction, so you got people coming from all over. It's just a lot going on. And so the club owner would hire 10 to 15 officers to try to make sure everything went smooth. We would be positioned in different positions throughout the area to help pull traffic. We would have some officers in front of the club to try to keep the peace and keep people moving along. And Just trying to make everything go smooth.
Were the officers that worked alongside you during your extra job at compound also Atlanta police officers, or were they from other jurisdictions?
They were Atlanta police.
And do you know approximately how many of you were assigned on any given night to work?
On a night, like the night in question, it was about 15 of us.
And where was it that you all were positioned around Club Compound?
You might have had officers all the way from Howell Mill and Brady coming all the way south up Brady, all the way to Marietta almost.
Now, I'm going to show you some exhibits, some that have been previously admitted and some that are now marked. We'll start with State's Exhibit 109, Heat Echo. And for the record, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 109 Echo, what's been previously admitted as 3 Echo. What has been previously admitted as 4 Echo, 5 Echo, 6 Echo, 22 Echo, and 20 Echo. We'll start with State's Exhibit 109 Echo. Would you look at the area depicted in State's Exhibit without? State's Exhibit 109 Echo. Do you recognize that area depicted in State's Exhibit 109 Echo?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation? And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 109 Echo is for demonstrative purposes. Is this a fair and accurate representation of the way that this area looks around the time that you are describing working that extra job at compound?
Yes.
April 25th?
Yes.
And is this a accurate Google image depiction of that area?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state tender State Exhibit 109 Echo.
Gentlemen, lady, any objections to States 109 Echo?
No.
All right. States 109 Echo is admitted. You may publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll go next to what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 3 Echo. Do you recognize the area depicted in State's Exhibit 3 Echo?
Yes.
And is State's Exhibit 3 Echo an accurate Google image of the way that the area depicted in 3 Echo looked on April 25th, 2015?
Yes.
Do you recognize the area depicted in State's Exhibit 4 Echo?
Yes.
Is this an accurate depiction of the area surrounding Club Compound that you worked on April 25th, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, States 3 Echo, 4 Echo, and 5 Echo have all been admitted previously for demonstrative purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 5 Echo?
Yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 5 Echo?
What do you mean when you say how?
I mean, is it an accurate, have you seen this area before?
Yes, this is looking southbound on Brady going towards Marietta Street.
And is this an accurate Google image of the area that you were working at Club Compound on April 25th, 2015.
Yes.
Looking at State Exhibit 6 Echo, the demonstrative that has already been admitted. Do you recognize that area as well?
Yes.
Does that area accurately reflect where you were working on April 25th, 2015?
Yes.
Looking at State Exhibit 22 Echo, do you recognize the area depicted in State Exhibit 22 Echo?
Yes, other than the bike lanes and all that, that wasn't there.
All right. Does the area depicting Club Compound accurately reflect the way you recall it looking?
Yes.
April 2015. And looking at State 20 Echo, does that area accurately reflect the way you recall Club Compound looking on April 25th, 2015?
Yes.
And again, Your Honor, with the exception of 109 Echo, the others have all been admitted previously.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 109 Echo.
Well, that's being done. Can you approach this for a moment?
Yes.
look at it and compare and tell the jury whether that is an exact replica of 5E.
This appears to be exact replica of 5E.
Using that replica, would you please draw on it where it was that you were and put it neatly? And what did you do as you stood in that area?
I helped pull traffic with one of the valet workers.
Now, how did you help pull traffic? What were you doing?
As people would pull up, they would tell them the price for parking, whether they wanted to pay it or not. If they were going to pay it, they would jump out the car, they would jump in their car, they would move it. I would help them keep pulling the traffic, keeping it moving.
And where were the valet parking the cars?
They got a different lots way down here, and that they would basically keep people from walking, so they would run the car down there and then run back, or they had different runners, and then they had the valets that were taking the money.
All right. During the first couple of hours, was the crowd heavy, medium, light, or you?
It was packed.
And did you have any trouble? Did you have any altercations or anything that
No.
you had to attend to?
No.
Was there anyone else working in that area generally that night?
All of us was positioned up and down the street. And so we were probably not far from each other, but I don't know, 25, 30 feet away from each other or something like that.
And were you all doing the same thing, directing traffic?
Correct. Or so we had people that were traffic officers, and then we had some officers that were standing over in this area. That's if you go to Exhibit 4E, if you look, that's the VIP entrance. So you would have officers standing there to help for people with tables and stuff like that, and to try to keep the traffic or keep the pedestrian traffic moving in that area also.
Can you help me out clear the screen and demonstrate on the monitor where it was that you just described with a piece of paper before?
This is gonna be the table entrance. This is where people tend to congregate and wait on their parties, who's getting the tables and stuff like that. And then they would have to go through security checkpoints to go through there. And then you have the general admission over on the other side. So they had checkpoints at both points, and they had officers at each one.
Would you draw VIP on the area depicted on this replica of Stacy's Exhibit 4E? Alright. And for the record, is the drawing that you just made the markings on an exact duplicate of Stacy's Exhibit 4E?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, this area, the compound located at 1008 Brady Avenue,
Yes.
and is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Now, when did you first learn that Lil Wayne was set to appear?
Probably days prior.
Did you get any particular instruction days prior as it related to that?
No.
He's all right. I'll overrule the objection.
When you first arrived, and Your Honor, I'm asking the next question, not for the truth of the matter, but for its effect on the listener. Were you given any instructions?
Basis.
Objection to the speaking commentary, the basis of the question.
All right, I'm gonna sustain the question. Just go ahead and pose it now.
When you arrived on April the 25th of 2015, were you given any particular instructions as it related to the Lil Wayne appearance at the compound? Offered not for the effect on the listener.
All right, then. On both bases, Mr. Sharp as well as Mr. Adams. You can answer the question.
Were you given any particular instructions?
Yes, every night when we get there, they would give us instructions on what was going on or different stuff like that.
This particular night, did you receive any particular instructions?
Yes.
What were they?
That if any, based on the turmoil between.
Not based on.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Moore.
I don't need you to say based on anything. I just need to know what instruction you were given.
If it,
Overruled, sir.
Just the instruction that you were given.
If anyone from YSL arrived at the club that night, they were not to be allowed inside the club.
Now, did you convey to, and was this instruction given to you by owner?
Yes, and the supervisor.
And how did you, if at all, did you convey you would be able to follow these instructions?
It wasn't usually at the entrance. They deal with the people coming and going. I didn't work back there. I was out front, so I didn't really know how that was going to be conveyed or not.
So, did anything happen that was unusual that caused you to have to become a little bit more engaged with the crowd in your room?
Objection, Your Honor, vague. That's standing questions of form.
Did the club staff give you any specific names other than YSL to keep out?
No, and I was familiar through our investigation. We were.
Objection to this foundation, objection to hearsay.
No.
He's talking about his own personal knowledge, not what somebody told him.
Overruled the objection.
You may.
At the date and time of this incident, we were almost 5 months into an investigation. The thing about myself, people.
Before you go further, let me ask you this.
Cool.
Were you given any specific names to keep out other than YSL?
Just young thugs people.
At the time, did you know who Young Thug was?
Objection.
Cases.
I'm going to like to approach that motion.
All right. Huh? Okay, all right.
Retired Detective Dennis, on April the 25th of 2015, had you heard of Young Thug?
Yes,
All right. Did you recognize him on sight? Would you recognize him by sight?
yes,
Had you heard of his music?
yes,
Had you listened to his music?
yes.
Had you ever met him personally?
No.
At some point during the night, did you see any persons who fit the description of those people you were told to keep out?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time it was?
Late in the evening, 1:32.
Do you remember what time the club closed?
Club closed at about 3.
Around 1:30 or 2. Could you tell the jury what the crowd had become like around the area of the compound? Was it still as thick as it was when it first opened?
It's thicker. So now you got the people that are in, the ones that are coming out. You have the people that couldn't get in, and you have some that just are trying to hang out.
When was it that you first noticed in terms of what it was that was happening? People that caused you to be on alert?
Well, I'm always on alert as a police officer, but with the background into everything that was going on, and while pulling traffic, a vehicle pulled up. And when the vehicle pulled up, anytime I deal with guys that I know from work, I call them by their government name. And so I called to them by their government name.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was that pulled up?
Not off the top.
Do you remember who it was that you saw and recognized and called by their, as you put it, government name?
Demethion Garlington and Shannon Stillwell.
And do you recognize either of those persons as being in the courtroom today?
I think Shannon Stillwell is Shannon Stillwell Jackson or whatever.
Where is Shannon Stillwell located in the courtroom? What is he wearing by Marco?
What is that, a gray sweater vest or something with dreads with glasses?
And who is he seated next to on either side of the room?
Mr. Sharp and the blonde haired gentleman next to him.
Mr. Boston, you have the blonde hair.
Hey, what? No disrespect, sir. I ain't trying to disrespect the hair. My bad. What I thought it was. Sorry.
Would the record reflect that the witnesses identified Mr. Stillwell?
You mean Mr. Bronson?
No.
Okay. Yes, it will reflect that he is identified.
What color is his hair? Oh, that's a color. That's great.
So, Mr. Boston, when you before I go any further, were Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell the only two people in the car that you saw?
No.
Do you know who else was in the car with them?
The driver was Trontavious Stevens, or AKA Lil Tick.
Did you know Trontavious Stevens before that night?
I knew his face, never met him.
Do you recall whether they were the only car that you needed to pay attention to at the time that you noticed them? Is that the only car?
No, it was a entourage of cars. It was several cars.
And how do you know, how are you able to make that determination? It's an entourage of cars as opposed to just individual cars?
Because it seemed as if they were all following each other.
I stand objections to the moment.
Better yet, describe how the cars were traveling.
They were all traveling southbound on Brady. If you go to Exhibit E,
All right, we're on 5E.
this is southbound. If you're going It's going southbound on Brady. They were all coming this direction, and it was just lines of cars that were all together.
Now, had you described earlier that many patrons were trying to park and were coming along Brady Avenue?
So traffic is going in both directions. You have hundreds of people on both sides of the streets. You got people standing around. It's just a lot of people, a lot going on.
And so what about this particular set of cars caused you to describe it as an entourage just now?
Overruled, sir.
You may answer, please. What caused you to describe
The
it?
valet actually mentioned it. He's like,
Without talking about the valet, what someone else said, based on your own observations.
once I saw the individuals that I knew, I began looking in every car that was coming. I was standing right there.
Okay. How far were you from the cars?
I'm right on the yellow line, pretty much. We try to stand in the middle so we don't get hit.
So if I walk towards you, tell me to stop when I get as close as you were.
About right there.
So how many feet would you call this from you?
2, 3.
Okay. Were the car windows that you saw containing people that you knew up or down?
They would have to let the window down in order for the valet to tell them what the price or if they wanted to park or not.
All right. And was it then that you were able to see inside, or were you able to look inside before they left?
When they let the window down, I could look directly into the car.
What, if anything, did you say to Mr. Stillwell when you saw him, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Steve?
I said, Mr. Meghann Garlington and Shannon Stillwell, how are you? And Lil Tick said, how the hell 12 know your name?
Now, when you speak of 12, what are you talking about?
That's slang for police.
Oral, sir.
And did you say anything else?
I did not.
What happened after you called their names?
They just looked. They didn't really say anything.
Did you give any instructions?
Have a good night.
What happened next?
Continued to pull traffic throughout the evening. Stood in the middle of the street pulling traffic.
Did you, at any point, attempt to turn the cars themselves around as they drove along Brady?
No,
Why not?
that wasn't the assignment. If we would have did that, we would have messed up the traffic's already bumper to bumper. If we would have did anything like that, we would have made it even worse.
How many other vehicles did you see containing people that you recognized?
I didn't necessarily see any that I recognized.
You didn't see any people that you recognized or vehicles that you recognized?
The vehicles that they were driving at that point, I'm walking down.
Okay.
So I'm not really, it's not like every car's pulling up and I'm looking in and trying to see who it is.
At any point, did you see another person? Did you ever see a person that you knew as Peter?
Yes,
At what point did you see the person you knew as Peter?
while still working traffic on my post, I was familiar with them.
Do you know how long after it was that you saw Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington that you saw the person you knew as Peter?
Close proximity in time. I wasn't, like I said, there was a lot going on. It's not like I was really keeping track of time or something.
And I'm not going to hold you to specifics, but when you say close proximity, are you talking an hour, a minute?
5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as case exhibit number 32, Echo. Do you recognize case exhibit 32, Echo, the person depicted inside?
Yes,
And who do you recognize 32, Echo to be?
Jimmy Winfrey. At the time, I knew him as Roscoe or Pee Wee.
I'm going to advance to 32, Echo. Could you take the markings off the screen? Is the person we're looking at the person you recognize that night as Steve?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Winfrey was in that night?
Later that night, I saw him he was in a white Camaro.
Now, Camaros, are you familiar with those cars?
No cars a little bit.
All right. Do you know what particular model of Camaro he was in?
Not at that time. Later on, I learned what model.
Did you see anyone else later on that you recognized that night?
Yes.
Who?
Walter Murphy.
Now, how did you come to see Mr. Murphy?
So, as the night is progressing, while on post, another officer basically asked us to come down by where the tour buses was parked at. As we got down there, I seen a green Explorer parked. If you go to I don't think you guys up there. You don't have the picture, but if you look at Exhibit 5E, or if you can pull that up.
Okay, 5E.
My marker. No.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, 5E.
Down here, that's where the buses were down kind of there. And then there was a green Explorer parked on the street. Another officer basically said, hey, can y'all come down by the buses? Something about to happen. And so as we come down there, I see an individual take a gun out and put it on the tire of the green Explorer. Once he took the gun out, I basically took another individual and pushed him into him and grabbed the gun and pulled my service weapon. Upon pulling my service weapon, a female that was standing there said, why is this officer pulling this gun on me? And I held the gun up and I was like, y'all need to get on. And everybody started scattering. The individual that put the gun on the tire, I didn't know him at that time. That was later to be determined to be Walter Murphy. When he literally took off running from us. And when he took off running, we start, just a picture is chaos. And so we're trying to pull traffic. We're trying to get everybody away and we're trying to keep from getting hurt ourselves. As I'm standing there trying to help pull people and push where they need to go, I see an individual that I recognize by the name of Quindarius Zachary. We call him Sick D. When he walked up, I basically said, hey, D, you need to go home. He said, man, you don't know me. I said, the last 4 of your social is this, your date of birth is this, your mom's maiden name is this. He said, I'm gone. So once he left, I then went back to my post because they needed me to help pull traffic. When I walked back to my post, as I'm pulling traffic, Officer Finney is telling me to stop the white.
I stand with you.
Two things, Your Honor. To protect on the listener and just the instruction that you follow, so. What was Finney telling you to do?
Stop the white Camaro.
And did you attempt to stop the white Camaro?
I did not.
Why not?
Because the car had hit the gas and I wasn't going to get hit.
Was the white Camaro coming towards you or going away from you?
The white Camaro was basically coming northbound on Brady towards Alvin.
Would you draw an arrow showing the direction that the white Camaro was coming? And using the 5E duplicate that you have already marked on, would you please indicate where the green Explorer was?
The green Explorer is the X down the street.
Would you put GE next to it? And would you indicate where the tour buses were generally in relation to the green Explorer? And would you also draw that on the screen in front of you?
It's next to the building though.
Okay. How close were you to Walter Murphy when you saw him put the gun on the wheel of that?
2 people between us.
2 people?
2 people away.
Did you see who was inside the green floor, who had driven there?
I saw who was standing outside of the Green Explorer.
Who was standing outside the green floor?
One of Young Thug's sisters. I don't, either Dora or Dolly. I don't know them apart
How did you know that it was one of his sisters?
from previous investigation.
Now, I'm gonna show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 6, Charlie, State's Exhibit 11. Uniform. State's Exhibit 12, uniform. State's Exhibit 19, uniform. State's Exhibit 5, Charlie. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize the people depicted, and we'll start with State's Exhibit 6, Charlie.
You said, do I recognize them?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. If you would clear the screen off, we're gonna go to 6, Charlie. All right. Who is it that you recognize in State's Exhibit 6, Charlie depicted on the screen right now?
The front person is Antonio Sledge, aka Moontunk. The individual behind him is Walter Murphy, aka DK. I don't know.
DK on the screen. My eyes are not great. Please tell Jerry what you just wrote on the screen.
I recognize that as his Young Thug sisters.
Okay. Now, when you say sisters, for the record, are you indicating two particular people on this exhibit, State 6, Charlie?
The one with the hat on, for sure. The second one, resembles or could be.
Okay. Who among these people in 6, Charlie, do you recall seeing on April 25th, 2015?
Walter Murphy and the sister with the hat on.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 11 uniform that has already been admitted as evidence. Do you recognize the persons depicted in State's 11 uniform?
Yes.
How? Just by name, who are they?
Demekian Garlington and Trontavia Stevens.
All right. If you would clear the screen, I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 11 uniform. Which person do you recognize as, after you clear the screen? Demekian Garlington. Would you put a D over that person? And Trontavia Stevens. T. Thank you. And are those the same two people that you saw in the vehicle with Mr. Shilla?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 12 uniform that's already been admitted as evidence. Do you recognize the people depicted in the 12 uniform?
Yes.
Who do you recognize as people?
Antonio Sledge, Shannon Stillwell, and Trontavia Stevens.
Advancing the slides to 12 uniform, would you clear the screen and tell the jury who it is that you recognize as each one of those persons? Antonio Sledge, is that what you're writing on the screen?
Yes.
Now, for the record, please describe who you have identified in this photograph.
Antonio Sledge, aka Moontunk, and then Shannon Stillwell Jackson, and then Trontavia Stevens, aka Tick.
And from left to right, what is each person wearing, so the record. But
Sledge is the one with the dark hoodie on. Shannon is the one in the middle. Tick is the one in the red hoodie.
showing you State's Exhibit 19 uniform that has already been admitted as evidence. Do you recognize the people depicted in State's Exhibit 19 uniform?
Yes, some of them.
Which people do you recognize in 19 uniform?
Quindarius Zachary, Walter Murphy, and Trontavious Stevens.
As we look at 19 uniform, hold on, I'm going to expand it just a little bit. Would you describe where the people that you recognize are inside this photograph by an article of clothing and by writing their initial over their name or their face? Who are you drawing on now?
I put a QZ for Quindarius Zachary and DK for Walter Murphy.
What is Quindarius Zachary wearing in the picture?
A gray hoodie, red pants.
And where is Walter Murphy in relation to Quindarius Zachary?
He's kneeling in front of him.
And where is Trontavious Stevens in relation to Quindarius Zachary?
He's in the middle with what look like a red backpack.
Red backpack?
Yes.
What happened after, at what point rather, was it that you saw and spoke to Mr. Zachary in relation to the time that you saw the person you called Pee Wee? How many minutes after?
Zachary?
Yes.
I saw Pee Wee earlier in the night. At this point, I didn't see Pee Wee.
So approximately how long after you saw Pee Wee was it before you saw Zachary?
Could have been 30 minutes, could have been an hour, I'm not sure.
Was Zachary on foot or inside the car?
I saw him on foot.
Who else did you see on foot?
Walter Murphy.
At some point, did you notice any particular group of people making their way towards the club and sought to stop?
I saw people congregating on the corner of 11th and Brady, but we didn't necessarily go stop them. I had a specific assignment of pulling traffic.
At the time that you first saw Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Stevens, do you know whether or not Lil Wayne had come out of the compound?
No clue.
Do you know whether or not his tour buses had left?
They had not.
Were you paying attention to the point at which Lil Wayne came out of the compound?
Not at all. Wasn't my assignment.
I want to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 30 Echo. Do you recognize the area depicted in 30 Echo?
Yes.
How do you recognize that area? What do you recognize that area to be, right?
That is, I believe, to be 10th Street and Brady. And that's where the valet would take some of the cars and different parking and stuff is going on right there.
How far from that area were the tour buses when you recognized people walking towards it?
Not far.
When you say not far, what do you mean?
Feet.
Okay.
whenever they were parked.
From my recollection, if we can go to one of those other pictures.
The pictures in front of you, which one accurately depicts the area you would call substance?
3E or 5E is probably gonna be the best picture. And if you look where, if you can pull it up.
You said 3E or 5E, which one is it?
Either one, they're the same, I think.
We'll go back.
Hmm?
We're gonna go back. Do you see the area in 3E?
Not really, but if you,
Let's go to 5E then. You see the area in 5E?
it's about the same.
Generally circle the area you remember the bus being.
All right. On my right, my pen. I need my pen. I need the pen thing. Come on.
Go to the corner.
Go to the what? Oh. All right.
After you saw the person called Pee Wee, when you saw the person called Pee Wee, after Penny told you to stop the vehicle, did you see anything inside the vehicle that caused you concern?
No, I jumped. I basically moved myself out the way.
And did you run any kind of traces on the gun that you picked up that you saw Walter Murphy?
Eventually,
And was that gun reported stolen?
yes.
I'm going to object to the hearsay and ask that be stricken.
Okay, Madam, can I respond?
Your Honor, this information was previously.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Adams.
At some point, later on in the night, tell the jury what happened after you saw Mr. Zachary and had observed a person called Pee Wee, DK, and Bugsy.
Everybody pretty much started going on their way. And then at that point, it was the end of the night. So we were trying to pull traffic to get everybody out. Like I said earlier, it was kind of chaotic. When Officer Finney basically was down the street, saying, stop that car, I couldn't really hear what he was saying. And once I did hear what he was saying, the driver, I didn't necessarily know who was driving. But when he hit the gas, of course, I moved out the way. At that point, two of other units that were working were on motorcycles. So they literally gave the bus an escort away from the compound so that they can go. Once they gave them the escort away, we're still dealing with the traffic and everything that's going on. At some point, security, somebody that was a part of Lil Wayne's security team or something stayed behind. And he came running out to where we were standing, was like, they're shooting.
Without saying what he said, can you tell the jury approximately how long it was after Lil Wayne's bus left that you saw a member of his security detail come out and speak?
15, 20 minutes maybe.
After that person came out and spoke, did you do anything as it relates to Lil Wayne, people who aren't allowed in, anything at all that night?
At that point, everybody's going their own separate ways. We are dealing with the crowd. The two officers that gave the escort are friends of ours. So of course, when we heard about shooting. We called to check on them. They weren't answering, so we started getting worried about our fellow officers. Eventually, they pulled back up to the location.
How long after they left was it that they pulled back up to the location?
I'm not sure. Probably 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that.
And by this time, is it the 26th or is it still the 25th of April?
It's the next day, but it's still the same night, basically. It's after midnight.
And who are those two officers that you knew? Do you recall?
Sergeant Wade Burris and Al Watkins.
Your Honor, may I approach? Just remember our business.
You may.
Do I need to go?
Just wanted to recap, we had just a great conversation in the state, Ms. Love and Mr. Apt, in terms of scheduling, where the court just asked a little bit about what time or what we would go to today. I indicated that we stop somewhere around between 5 and 10 after 5. We'll call it a day for today. So, and then I believe that the state was going to get in some discussion about with Mr. Apple, what was Detective Dennis was going to testify to. So, Ms. Love, do you want to add to that? And then I'll let Mr. App respond.
Yes, Judge.
Was that the sum and substance of our conversations, counsel? I'm gonna let you augment that, but is that what we covered at the bench?
That was exactly.
Okay, all right.
That was exactly what was covered, and the only thing that Mr. asked was whether retired Detective Dennis would be covering this act or other acts within the indictment at this time. And what I had said was that he will touch on in explaining what he had to do and how he became more involved with this particular act, but he will be called back to talk about
All
the
right.
acts in turn.
And the court recommended that we wait until such time as we could have this discussion with Mr. App. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding. He's going to be called back in time to discuss, testify about other aspects.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's today. And then tomorrow, councils will meet. I'll have you all come. I'll tell our jurors they need to be here for 9:30, and we'll commence and make sure we're all here by 9:45 for a week, so we can start at 1000 hours. All right. Okay.
And when we go into 5:30 tomorrow, 5:30.
We'll see how things go. On the late start date, it'll be somewhere between it'll more than likely be around 4 o'clock. We'll probably stop tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Unless we have to take up anything, then I'll back it up a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Turning all the jurors back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Summon our jurors, please. Let's go ahead and get the retired Detective Dennis back on, please.
Yeah, go ahead. I turned it off when
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, madam, you may recommence the examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just going to say Detective Dennis short for now, okay?
That's fine.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 27 Echo, and it is also on the screen to your left and behind you. Do you see in 27 Echo the area where the bus was parked when you talked about Walter Murphy putting the gun on the wheel of the Green Explorer?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna hand you another exhibit, also labeled 27 Echo. Is this an exact duplicate of State's Exhibit 27 Echo that's already in there?
Yes.
Would you take the marker and put LWB in the place where the buses were parked? And would you place a GE in the area where the Green Explorer was at the time you saw Mr. Murphy put the gun on it? And would you just put TD at the very bottom? All right. And would you do on the screen what you drew on the, look at Stacy's 27? Draw on the screen. Thank you. Now, Detective Dennis, at some point, that night, did you know you were gonna have to end up being involved in a shooting?
Me?
You.
No.
During the time that you had worked the compound the previous 10 years, had you had to investigate further incidents like the one that occurred on April 26th?
I stand in objection.
At some point after the early morning hours of April 26th, did you have to write a report, incident report of this event?
I did.
What occurred that caused you to need to write an incident report?
Because the incident, basically, once I got home or that morning, I look at social media like everybody else. I'm looking at TMZ and I see the story about the bus being.
I stand in objection.
All right. Did you see media accounts detailing a shooting?
Yes.
It goes.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain Mr. Matthews' objection. Who else had an objection?
It will be the same objection.
All right, sustained. You can rephrase.
Thank you. Why did you write a report?
Because once I was aware of the situation that was going on and the shooting of the bus, I made contact with the supervisor from the Zone 2 precinct where when Sergeant Burris called to check on to see if there was a shooting, I reached out to the supervisor to find out who was it on, the city of Atlanta or somewhere else. I was made aware that the incident was not on the city of Atlanta, but they were actually in Cobb County.
Okay. So ordinarily, do you do incident reports related to crimes that occurred in Cobb County?
No.
So why is it that you ultimately ended up writing a report on this incident?
Because I knew that Cobb County would not be familiar with everything that was going on. To them, it would just be another random shooting.
Now, when you say to them, it would be another random shooting. Had you prior to April 25th and 26th of 2015 been working on any other related matters or shootings related to the persons you recognized that night?
Oh, yes.
All right. And was that in your capacity as a detective with the gang unit?
Yes. Yes.
Did you, in your report, document that there were 25 to 30 individuals with?
Basis.
You've said out of court speech, by my testimony here today.
Overruled, sir.
It's also the.
I'll stand, sir.
Did you document in your report seeing a certain number of individuals as it relates to YSL at the compound?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately how many people it was that you documented seeing?
about 20 to 30.
How many?
20 to 30 people that I saw that night.
Okay. And in your report, did you document what you saw them doing?
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment based on this report.
Overruled, sir.
Did you document what you saw those persons doing that were affiliated?
Yes, I wrote a police report in reference to what happened that night.
Okay. And as you sit here today, do you recall what you observed them doing?
Yes.
What was it that you observed them doing?
I observed, like I said previous, the car arriving.
I'm gonna stand question.
Before seeing the people recognize, specifically Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Stevens, how would you describe the general atmosphere of the crowd as you observed it?
It was one of the busier nights. You could feel tension in the air.
Was that before, during, or after you observed?
This was probably
Basis.
Just in the face of a question, she said, before they showed up.
What's the base for your objection, sir? Overruled, sir.
I would object, that's speculation. I don't know what tension in the air is.
I'll sustain as the form. You can rephrase.
What, if anything, did you observe about the crowd as it relates to the demeanor of the crowd before seeing Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Stevens?
it was pretty much a typical night. Like, it's an inner city nightclub. There was a lot going on. There was a lot of people doing a lot of different things. The whole thing for us was, like I do every Saturday night, is try to keep the peace and make sure everybody have a good time and make sure I go home safe as well.
Did you become more alert after seeing Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Garlington, and Stevens, or did you remain?
Hold on. Mr. Sharp, leading. I'll sustain as the form.
Did your attention span remain the same after you saw Mr. Stillwell, Garlington, and Stevens?
Yes.
And how would you describe your attention to the persons you were directing?
I still did my assignment, but I'm always observant of, trying to be observant of what's going on. Like I said before, it's a lot going on. It's an inner city nightclub. Like, things can go from 0 to 100 in the matter of seconds. I'm always trying to be observant, also trying to pull traffic and keep everything flowing.
The 20 to 30 people that you described seeing, what direction did you see them, if any at all, walk or drive or move towards?
If you go to 5E or the picture from 11th and Brady, they started to congregate and basically click up on that corner.
All right, 5E is on the screen. And if you would, using the 5E that you previously drew on over here, don't get them mixed up. Thank you. Put 20 to 30 at the location you say they begin to congregate, and then also draw that on the screen. Did I hear you use a phrase click up or am I hearing?
I did say clicker.
What is that?
Congregate, a bunch of people congregating together.
Okay. And can you describe on the screen, draw on the screen the direction you saw them beginning to travel?
I didn't necessarily see any of them travel. I just saw them on the corner. Like I said, I'm at this point through the course of the night, I'm working traffic in this area. So I could see right there, of course. It wasn't until Officer Booker told us to come down by the buses when I made my own way down to the buses myself. I wasn't necessarily paying attention. They weren't the only people that were out there.
Did you instruct them to do anything?
No, earlier in the night when I saw Mr. Winfrey, we shook hands. And I said, good to see you, good to see you. I was like you got some sense and keep going.
Did anyone with you instruct the group to keep moving?
Not that I know of.
Do you recall writing in your report that, of advising the group to keep moving?
If I can see my report, been about 9 years.
And we'll just label it as showing what has been previously provided to the defense. And for purposes of the record, I'll leave this not for permissions, just for refreshing reflection. And 113 Romeo. Showing you Stacy Exhibit 113 Echo Romeo. For purposes of refreshing your memory, is this the report that you prepared for this incident?
Yes.
And what was the incident number of the report?
151451047.
And would you just look at page the second page? Page 3, middle of the page, ballots. This portion without reading it out loud. Did you document any efforts to keep the group moving along?
Yes.
When you write a report, what is the purpose of writing a report?
To document At your recollection of what you remember from the incident.
And was the report documented closer in time to the incident occurring?
Yes,
And does it accurately refresh your memory about what the group was advised to do?
yes.
And so what was the group advised to do?
Sir, let's, hold on, I'll sustain objection. Detective, once you finish refreshing your recollection, put the report down, let counsel know, and then you can testify from your memory being refreshed, okay?
Thank you, Judge. So if you would just go back to the page that you were reading and refreshing your memory of. If you tell me what you advised, instructed the group to do.
Read it verbatim or just,
No.
we advise the group, for you guys to keep moving on.
All right. And after they were advised to keep moving on, did any of that group of 20 to 30 keep moving towards or continue to congregate near the bus?
I don't know. I went back to my assignment, which was down the street.
Did you document anything about what the group continued to do in your report?
If I can look at my report.
Please do, if it will refresh your memory.
Anything you put in this report at this point is going to be hearsay. As it relates to that question.
Your Honor, he can refresh his memory. He has said that reading the report will refresh his memory.
Yeah, I'll rule the objection.
And the
Hold on, Mr. Matthews, I'm gonna overrule the objection, okay? All right. Bless you. Overrule, sir. Detective, once you're finished, though, you need to put the report back down, okay? Okay.
Did you document in your report what the group did, or what members of the group did after being instructed to keep moving?
Yes,
Has your memory been refreshed as to what they did after being instructed to keep moving?
yes.
And what did members of the group do after being instructed to keep moving?
Some of the members hung around where the bus was. At that point, I believe Lil Wayne was being walked out to the bus at that point. Like I said earlier, it was utter chaos going on at this point, and we are still working traffic, still trying to keep it calm, still, even with this going on, we still had hundreds of other people out there that we were dealing with.
And were the 20 to 30 people you were describing people that you were associating with YSL?
Yes.
When you prepared the report of this incident, what did you do with it?
What do you mean?
Did you reach out to determine who was leading the investigation?
I did that before I even did the report.
And who was it that you determined was leading the investigation?
Detective Racy from Cobb County.
Did you do anything in order to assist Detective Racy
Yes,
during his investigation?
yes.
Would you detail for the jury the steps that you took to assist Detective Racy in his investigation?
I reached out to Racy because him being in Cobb County and us being in Atlanta, I knew he wouldn't be familiar with what was going on. I explained to him that I was at the club that night. I explained to him what I do on a day-to-day basis, and also that I was familiar with the individual that was driving a white Camaro. I then went to...
Pause for a second. What was it that you explained you did on a day-to-day basis?
that I was a gang detective.
All right. Go ahead. And you, if you could slow down your account for me just a little bit so the court reporter and I can keep up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Upon speaking with Racy, I believe that was Monday. I had left a message Sunday for him to give me a call Monday once we talked, explained to him what happened, gave him the details of what happened, and it also explained that I believe I knew who was the driver of the Camaro. I just didn't know his government name. And so on Monday, myself and my partner, Lakia Gaither, she's better at finding people, so she started searching.
Basis. Is it, I mean, non-responsive? Because he's on direct, so he can testify. Okay, all right. So, and what else? What's the other basis?
Also, his conduct, what he did, when he told Detective Gracie is not relevant to this act.
All right, I'm gonna overrule that particular objection. I'll sustain the first one now. Okay, so you need to rephrase part of it.
Monday, when you spoke of Monday, reaching out to Detective Gracie, is that Monday, April 27th?
Yes.
And when you spoke about investigations that you were involved in, generally speaking, what were you investigating?
At that time?
I'm gonna overrule the objection, but before you launch into this next area, it's 10 after. Okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, how about we stop for the day and we'll go ahead and reconvene tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, if I could get you all to be here for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. Detective Dennis, if you would be here for 9:30 as well, sir. And remember, don't discuss testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, so I'm gonna release you, sir. You can, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, any ministerial inquiry of me? All right, hearing none, let's go through your customary ad nauseam actions. Members leave, go ahead and leave your notepads in the basket. Do not discuss this matter or anything you've heard today in your comings and goings in small groups, in ones and twos, or as you leave and to go wherever you live in our great county. And when you come back, remember, it would be a violation for you to sit back there, even in a small group, and recap the testimony, otherwise go through what you've heard so far, or handicap the trial, give your opinion about what's been going on thus far. Remember, you can only consider this case once it's properly submitted to you, and then I give you instructions on how you to begin your deliberative process, but you cannot start any advance discussions or review your notes or anything such as that, okay? Because that would not be permissible. Ladies and gentlemen, also, it would be a violation for you to go to any third-party sites, or remember to add or augment to your understanding. You can only consider what's lawfully presented in the four walls of this courtroom. Do not go visiting scenes depicted in anything in regards to this trial. And please resist temptation of going to any third-party websites or listening to any news accounts of this particular trial or any meeting that it may be represented in. And remember that if you were to be contacted by any third persons in any way or by any means, you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. And then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all in the morning at 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, council, is there anything I need to be made aware of, we need to take up before we, reconvene in the morning at 9:30?
Not from the state that I can do.
Okay, all right, so reconvene for 9:30. Councils, if you all could be here no later than 9:45, we need to take up anything, but I don't believe there's anything we need to take up before Detective Dennis, retired Detective Dennis continues his testimony. Anyone? Okay, all right, councils, we'll see you in the morning, okay? All right, we're in recess.